Hello, everybody. Uh, I haven't been streaming for a while. I've been kind of busy, still kind of busy. I should probably be doing things like homework. I saw my doctor. You don't have to worry about my cough. Um, Although he did say I should be using the cough suppressants, so I'll be using the cough suppressants. Um, yes, Michael Brown. There's been a lot of things I've been thinking about. Not least of which is this 3 hour and 50-minute video with Michael Brown and Rabbi Blumenthal. Um, and so to answer your question, thank you for asking. Yom Kippur was Yom Kippur. I actually made it to synagogue and mostly fasted. Which is more than I've been doing recently. Anybody have an opinion on ranked choice voting? Ranked choice voting is unfortunately too confusing for most people, especially when it gets to be too complicated. And it can be very complicated. So I'm generally not a huge fan of it, certainly not a proponent of it. Is it better than, for example, the jungle primary we have here in California? I think so. The jungle primary is pretty horrible. Let's see. What else? People were asking. Is Michael Brown a good faith actor? I mean, I don't know the man personally. I think he's pretty good faith. I know he has interacted with many rabbis. Rabbi Blumenthal. This was actually a very interesting discussion that they had. So the reason I decided to do a just chatting stream as opposed to just straight, one of the many topics I would like to talk about, and we could talk about, is frankly, I haven't had much time. Like, if I had more time, I would be making several videos about lots of things, including this. But I've been trying to make a response. So after I watched this video, I considered making a response. I actually contacted Rabbi Blumenthal to see if he would be interested in some of the things I had to say, which he said he would be. Obviously, it's been the high holidays and stuff. He's been busy. I've been busy. And frankly, I've been busy. So I thought, if anything, if nobody showed up, I was gonna just play this video and do my response kind of live. I might still do that, just to talk about. I mean, some of the things to talk about. Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, I have to say, his journey has been really fascinating me. And his move to Morocco and his involvement with the broader Muslim community. He has a large channel, and so he's been making waves, and he's started getting involved in the Arabic, as his Arabic has been improving, and socially in Moroccan society. And I'm just honestly, I'm worried for him. I am 100% being honest when I say I think he doesn't realize what he's doing. I don't think he realizes the danger he's in. And I don't think he has a good grasp of what Muslim society is like. And he seems to be a thoughtful, thorough, hardworking, really intelligent. Hey, Jason.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yes, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Where are you?
I am at the house in Colorado, just
Aha.
sitting in the
So
living
you're
room.
still living in sin.
Yeah, there.
I did you tell her I watched her video?
Oh, he watched your video.
You what?
He watched your video.
Which one?
She
So
looks shocked.
the
Oh, your
one with
dad.
yeah, it mentioned a part one which wasn't up, which I kind of wanted to see, because it was really good. I really liked the content. I really liked what they talked about. I I didn't feel comfortable. You didn't seem to want to publicize it. I didn't feel comfortable publicizing the video. I would have.
She's
It was really
she's
good.
comfortable with it as long as you watch it first.
I
Because
did
it's
watch it.
like she just
Great.
wants, yeah, she just wants to make sure that it's, if you feel like it's helpful to other people, then you
Oh
can share it
yeah.
around.
Oh no. It's especially the stuff they were talking about, like really good stuff. Um, the mobile analogy she made, I've been using ever since. Her dad, I think, made it, regarding codependency and people.
Hmm.
Yeah. So in one of my classes, we started talking about interdependence. So people are asking, "What is this video?" Here, I
I
will
can drop
actually
the.
drop the link. Let me go find it.
You better just get some promo. Your dad's gonna blow up. Just kidding.
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised her dad doesn't like have his own channel and stuff. It
Yeah,
was
he's
really good.
really sharp. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's so I see. Did you say episode one wasn't on there? Because I'm seeing it on here. Episode
Well,
one addiction. Uh, uh,
now it looks like it is up. I
huh.
yeah. When I watched it, I was like, they mentioned episode one, and then I went to look for it, and I couldn't find it.
Yeah. Okay.
So the channel is called Pink Chair Therapy, and
Yeah.
yeah, I watched episode two, and it was excellent. I'm gonna have to go back and watch the other ones. Um, yeah, it was
Yeah.
really good.
Yeah. Well, thanks. Yeah, I thought the same thing. I watched all of them, and so yeah, I thought they were all really good. She's got. I think she just released. Yeah, she released one a month. Like what, a month ago? Do you have another one? I don't know.
Another one's coming out probably in the next 2 weeks.
She says she's got another one coming out probably in the next 2 weeks. And then,
Okay.
are you gonna film another one
Yeah.
when we go?
Huh?
When we go? So she's gonna try to. We're going to see her family in Seattle, like literally next week. So she said
If
she's gonna try
she's
to do another
if she
conversation.
if she's interested in like this is the type of stuff I wanted for Fountain of Comfort. If she wouldn't mind, I would love to like put it on Fountain of Comfort and stuff.
Okay. Well, yeah, I can ask her. She'll probably hear that in a second. I think she's listening in. I think there's just a
Okay.
delay. So
Yeah, there's like a 5 second delay. Yeah.
yeah, because it will. You'll say something and then she'll look at me and smile, and I'm like, oh, got to it.
How
Yeah.
have you
Okay.
been? What
I'll
have you
let you
been up
know. Nothing. It's just been a lot of traveling, honestly. Well, first of all, I just stubbed my toe right before I got on here, so I threw a little tantrum and was like, "I'm not getting on anymore." It hurt. Hitting your toe just ruins the whole day. But yeah. But other than that, it's just been traveling. Um, Seems like a lot. It's just been a weird year, and then moving out here a few months ago, and then just being busy with trying to get settled in and the community here. And her parents visited here, and I flew back to Tennessee for 2 weeks. And we just got back here Wednesday, then we have 1 week, and then we go to Seattle. So it's just
So
a lot.
are you guys moving in with each other? Is that what's going on?
Well, yeah, basically, yeah, we live together. Yeah, yeah.
Ah,
She bought a house in Colorado Springs and is renting out the rooms and stuff. And so there's me and her and three other guys right now. It's all
well, I
boys
have
house.
to tell you, by Jewish law, you are now married. So
Okay,
if
that's sweet.
if you decide to move like to move on, you have to get a divorce. Sorry.
Congratulations. Okay, that works for me. That was
There you go.
easy.
Yeah.
All right.
But she's Eastern Orthodox, right?
Not quite. She's a catechumen, so she was thinking about joining, but she's still, I don't know, kind of on the fence about that, I guess. Just trying to learn more about it before she commits to it. So yeah. So then I don't know.
Yeah, by Jewish law, if you move in with each other, it doesn't matter if you have a ceremony or not, you're married.
Wow. Is that so? That's legit. That's a legit
Yeah.
law.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Okay.
You could ask any Orthodox rabbi you want. You guys moved into with each other, you're married. Sorry.
Whoops. Okay. Awesome.
There you go. What was I gonna say? Are you
Oh,
gonna
Rabbi Malot is here. He could tell us.
here's
Yeah.
Rabbi Mullet.
Am I
Rabbi
married?
Mullet, was I right? Jason and his girlfriend have moved in with each other. Are they officially by Jewish law married or not? I mean,
Right, well,
I'm guessing he's gonna say you should have a wedding ceremony anyway, which you should. But yeah, halakhically you're married.
oh, there we go.
So it's presumed if they're living together that that they are in fact having sex.
Living in
That's
sin.
that is an assumption that is just a given. So yeah, according to Rabbi Mullet, according to Noahide law, I believe the answer is yes. There you go.
Even the Noahide law. Wow.
Well, no, especially the Noahide law. If you were Jewish, there would be a possibility of you guys being living in sin, which is a whole other thing. But moving out comprises a divorce. He's right about that. So yeah.
Well, we're planning on sticking together, so it's all right. Yep.
Yeah, there's no Noahide gets, William. Sorry.
So I guess that's what I've been up to. I got married, so there you go.
Yeah. And Rabbi Mullet wants to make clear that he's speaking specifically. Yeah, by Jewish law, it gets really complicated. It gets really complicated, and not, yeah.
Does this look like a shower curtain here? Is that why you asked where it was? Do you think I was in the bathroom?
No, I was
It kind of
wondering
looks
where
like a
you've
shower
been.
curtain.
You've been yeah.
Yeah, I've been all around, I guess. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to India. Yeah, I was going to go in December, but I think that might have gotten pushed back. So I might have a little bit of breathing room around the holidays. I don't know. I'm hoping so, kind of. I mean, I want to go back because I want to see them, of course, but it's just been a ton.
Well, I'm not a lawyer either, but having gone to law school, I can tell you that if you represent yourself as a married couple to other people in the vast majority of states, you would be considered common law married. Yeah, common law marriage in some places takes a while, but yeah, it depends on the state law. And Dawn says, yes, definitely a shower curtain. I actually was not thinking it was a shower curtain. It's not shiny enough to be a shower curtain. But
That's true. Yeah.
yeah.
According to the mainstream view in Jewish law, a Jewish man and woman living together without Jewish marriage nuptials are not married, but committing
licentious relations. Yeah, that is in fact the majority view. That is the presumption. Honestly, that is Chumrah Shabbat Lakula, and it took somebody like Rav Moshe Feinstein to be able to figure that out and set it as a precedent, which we basically follow. And it gets really complicated, but all of that does not apply to you. And I forgot your girlfriend's name. Stephanie?
Rebecca.
Rebecca. I'm sorry, Rebecca. I should remember that. It's a biblical name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You won't
I'm
forget.
sorry
me.
about that, Rebecca.
No, don't worry.
And Kirk wants
So sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. I was just gonna say I interrupted your thing. I didn't mean to do that. So.
Jacob, in your assessment, which Christian apologist has the relative, of course, best case for Jesus? Frankly, I don't think there is a good case to be made that Jesus is the Messiah in any way, shape, or form. If you're asking me which form of Christianity seems least stupid, I would have to say I generally think Father Stephen represents a defensible interpretation, kind of as defensible of an interpretation as an intelligent person can make of Christianity. And my disagreements with him are rather clear. You were saying, Jason.
Oh, well, I mean, that's interesting. Where does the line, I wonder where the line is where you lose Christianity in trying to merge that.
See, that was actually one of the things I was going to actually I was thinking of making a video about, because there's Lord of Spirits has been doing this whole mutatis mutandis thing, and Gavin Ortland and Sam have been going back and forth. And oh, by the way, apparently Sam's next video is going to be a doozy. I will give zero spoilers, but I have been actively checking his channel for this video to come out.
Is it between him and Gavin?
What?
Is it between
No.
him and
It's I believe it's just going to be a Sam video.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I will say no more. But
all right.
Yeah. So okay. I think what has, with the internet, become even more clear. So when the printing press came out, the the Reformation, I believe, had to happen because there were really a lot of things in Christianity which had to be hammered out and fixed. And I think that's why as people got more access to their Bibles, which they used to not have whatsoever at all, it became more and more necessary for Christianity to try to make sense of its own Bible. I think with the advent of the internet, and all of the questions that there exists, and the capacity of the sea monsters to really change how people personally view their faith and their Bible, I think Christianity is going to have to undergo serious change. Add to that the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which you have to remember, the Dead Sea Scrolls have only been publicly available for about 20 years, right? they were discovered 60 years ago, but they've only basically been publicly available. There's only been real publishing of them, even in academia, about 20 years ago. And
crazy.
the internet is allowing for, like Robert Eisenman, for example, he is a fringe academician. His views are very fringe in the Christian establishment, but they've been incredibly, well, yeah, that's one thing. I'm not sure I agree. It was the RCC tried to cover the DSS. I actually think Strugnell, I think his name was, the guy who had the Dead Sea Scrolls. He ended up checking himself into. Well, he was a Catholic. He ended up checking himself up into a mental health like asylum. No, Strugnell did not free them, not willingly at least. And he had become a horrible alcoholic and frankly anti-Semite. And frankly, I kind of don't blame him, because like the Dead Sea Scrolls have demolished a lot of the ways that Christians made Christianity understandable to themselves.
What was in the Dead Sea Scrolls? Was it Isaiah? Like, I don't.
Well, I mean, yes, Isaiah was there. The most important thing that was there was a complete refutation of the idea that the rabbis had somehow messed with the text, with the Masoretic text.
Okay,
because even to this day, there are Christians who will cope by saying, that they, by saying, oh, like, yeah, the original Hebrew said X, Y, and Z, and either there are different manuscripts or the rabbis or whatever, and it's like, after the Dead Sea Scrolls, they're just, it's become way too obvious that none of that stuff actually works. And then with the sectarian documents and stuff, especially for QMMT, at least for me, it's become, the scrolls show very good consistency of the consonantal text. With 4QMMT, it made it a lot more clear what the discussions during the Second Temple period were among various factions of Jews. And so, like, a lot of the stories Christians told themselves are just not credible anymore. And so Christians are having to reformulate their religion. And so, I mean, I've said this many times, brace yourself, Jacob's greatest hits. But when you have like a linear regression is when you have data points and you try to draw a line that kind of goes through all the data points, right? Well, doing a linear regression, it requires a lot of presumptions in order, like, okay, what do you think? Maybe you think one point is an outlier and another one isn't, right? That type of thing. And so there were the very few data points that we have about what happened 2,000 years ago. And with the Dead Sea Scrolls, like, you got a bunch of new, that is, okay, Yon God, yes. That is curve fitting, not linear regression. I'm sorry. although I think linear regression also does that. But yes, I was thinking more of curve fitting. Same difference. Anyway, so you're
Well,
you have you so you're trying to make a sense. You're trying to make sense of a bunch of data points. Well, the Dead Sea Scrolls gives you a bunch more data points, right? And so different people have been trying to make sense of things. So John Bergsma, who I haven't read much of, Father Stephen thinks he's very respectable as a Catholic theologian, has been trying to do that. N.T. Wright, as a Protestant, as an Anglican, has been trying to do that. Father Stephen, famously, has been trying to do that from an Eastern Orthodox point of view. Robert Eisen has been kind of following the Jewish, kind of not an Orthodox Jewish view, but a Jewish view of that. And I would say James Tabor is the one who's been taking the Protestant view of it, the Protestant view that I think you end up with, but he's stopped calling himself a Christian.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's what I wonder where that line is. First of all, before I respond, there's this comment up here, and I'm just kind of curious. Let me find it again. The flower, that's the one from the first Jumanji, right? The one that shoots the little barbs into Kirsten Dunst's neck. I think that's what he's talking about. Anyway, yeah, but I was just curious because I feel like Father Stephen DeYoung can't, being an Orthodox priest, he can probably only go so far until he crosses the line. Because I wonder what that line is where you would lose traditional Christianity, where the core, and maybe it's just the creeds. I don't know what the core beliefs are, because I mean, what's that verse in Ecclesiastes that we brought up before? There is no man who does good and does not sin. It's like what do you do with that if Jesus was fully man? Like, can you actually say he sinned, or is it, or do you do it in such a way where like you do it with a, what is it? What the rabbis say, if he who says David sinned is an error type
You're
stuff.
right, and that's, I mean, that's basically. I have to say, I don't think Father Stephen, I don't think Father Stephen is an Orthodox priest, and confined by that role as much as I think he arrived at that role through genuine inquiry. Now, I disagree with him in a bunch of ways. I don't, and frankly, I think if Father Stephen ultimately were to agree with me on those points, if necessary, I mean, I think he might actually convert to Orthodox Judaism. Like, if I think he's the type of person, and I've said this about many people, like, I don't believe they're dishonest. You know, Father Stephen, Sam, lots of people are genuinely trying to figure things out as best as they can. Now, each of us comes with our priors and comes with our, various beliefs and various assumptions and our communities and our doubts and our familiarities and all of that. But I don't think there's like some secret belief that Father Stephen has that is heretical to the Eastern Orthodox Church that he's not willing to admit to.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I guess I was just thinking about in terms of where the disagreements are between Judaism and Eastern Orthodoxy. Like, for instance, maybe getting into like, is Jesus idolatrous? Like, do Christians treat Jesus as an idol? It's like, even the questions like that, it's like, I do think he's being truthful and honest with what he believes. It's just how if he continues to have these conversations or tries to like merge this gap or something, is there, I don't know where that line would be if he keeps coming this way or something, if eventually, you know, if something like that would be crossed, then it's like, well then, you know, you're not
So, I mean,
anymore.
for example, when Mitch came onto the Bible study and like I asked him to pray, and he's like, "Dear Jesus," right? I don't think Father Stephen himself does that. You
Yeah.
know,
Oh, yeah.
I don't think his understanding of the monarchical trinity, like, it's funny. I wrote to Rabbi Blumenthal, and this is what I wrote to him about the monarchical trinity. Where was it? Um, um, I'm gonna translate this to English from all the Jewishisms that I put in there. But the ultimate place where I put my effort has been in trying to move Christians from the egalitarian Trinity to the monarchical Trinity. Obviously, and of course, we reject the Trinity in its entirety. But I think there's a good argument to be made that in as much as some forms of partnership with God is allowed to a Ben Noach, Noahide, the monarchical Trinity is far better than the egalitarian Trinity that the Western Church believes in. The Eastern Orthodox say outright that they believe in one God who is the Father, not the entire Trinity. Only the Father is ase, the Greek word, right? Which in Jewish terms means that only God is God at all. Then they add a lot of, how do I translate this to English? A lot of, well, the term I used was Shtuyot mit Lukshen Kugel, which is Yiddish for silliness with a side of fries, kind of. Yeah, silliness with a side of fries. I guess that's the best translation I could put. As I tell them, the rest I count as pure confusion, but at least they believe in one God, and may he have mercy on their souls for their confusion. Also, thank God the Eastern Orthodox are not supposed to make icons of the Father, although some still do. So, like, the monarchical trinity, as Kugel is, well, Lukshen Kugel is Kugel made out of noodles. By the way, if you ever want to make me Kugel, Lukshen Kugel. Okay. What are all these people saying?
Yeah, I was trying to read some of them too. Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, Joy. Grateful I caught the stream. I've heard propositions as such on the notion of monarchical Trinitarianism. Interesting. I certainly think. Oh, I didn't realize they also didn't make icons of the Holy Spirit, but okay.
I thought they did have like it's normally just like a light or a dove or something. I thought they did that. But
yeah, I think a dove for but when it comes down to it, I mean, if you've heard of the Greek word asei, A-S-E-I, and aseity, so when a Christian says only the Father is ase, then as far as I'm concerned, they might as well be saying only the Father is God. Because, like,
okay,
aseity, it may be the most fundamental of the attributes you can assign to divinity. It means
Okay.
uncreated, I believe.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
this
Oh,
is the thing. Like Trinitarians will say, no, 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 no. Jesus and the Holy Spirit are also uncreated, but they're not a se. Which I
I
would
don't know what
say
you mean.
you're
Yeah, I
just
don't know.
using a bunch of Kugel with a side of fries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh.
You know, I never thought of it, but does Jacob think the world is 6,000 years old? No, 5,785 and
Whoa.
20 days.
Whoa.
Is he one of those a day in the past isn't the same as a day in the present? Well, kind of, sort of, not really. I do believe I what the best understanding is of my view would be uh, Omphalos, which is sometimes referred to as last Thursdayism. So imagine that creation were a computer program, and I believed that it was turned on 5,785 years and about 20 days ago. Hello, Joy. Would love to have you come on one day. Joy may be the person who most quickly made it up to the top of Jacob's ladder on my Discord, because what I noticed was she was arguing with people, and I wasn't sure if she was saying something silly or she was saying something incredibly profound. And then I forget how it became clear to me that she was actually explaining something really profound that I've been really hoping somebody would explain to, that most people don't get. And so I was like, wow, this woman is really smart and wise. Not just smart, but wise. So I immediately put her at the top of Jacob's ladder in hierarchy, because I was like, I don't want to be discounting her arguments, because she was trying to explain really smart things to people who that most people on the internet just don't have the bandwidth to understand. So that's Joy.
Well, she should hop on here.
She should.
Explain some fun things.
Apparently, she went to Northwestuary.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
That's
and
nice.
lots of people were impressed by her. Apparently,
You know, I haven't met this couple yet, but I heard there was a couple at the Eastern Orthodox Church I've been going to here that met online through some sort of online community, and I'm wondering if they're somehow connected to this little
do,
corner, but I haven't
do
met them yet.
do you know how Father Stephen met his wife?
How?
Rating BRD.
What? Oh, what is that? Reading BRD.
Black Rock
Was it-
Depths. It's an instance. It's a dungeon in World of Warcraft,
Okay, gotcha.
which you have to raid the dungeon with a group. So he met his wife raiding BRD
Nice.
in yeah.
Nice.
That may be the geekiest way of meeting your wife possible.
Yeah, it might be. I had to, when I was in college, I had some friends get into that, a group of friends, and they just disappeared. They were gone.
Yeah, I used to play way too much World of Warcraft.
Yeah, it'll consume you, I guess. So what was the Michael Brown thing you were sinking your teeth into? Do you want to go back to that or no? I didn't mean that.
We can. So he had a almost 4-hour discussion with Rabbi Blumenthal, and So Rabbi Blumenthal appears to really know his stuff in terms of Judaism. And so he's gotten involved in counter missionary stuff. But my understanding is, at least in the discussions that I have seen so far, including this one, he's been refuting Dr. Brown from a Jewish point of view, and frankly, like, I think the refutations are much stronger from Christian sources. For example, they get into penal substitutionary atonement, and Brown kind of starts in on cessationism, right? Because he's very into, he's a charismatic, so he's very anti-cessationism, and like, Orthodox Judaism is less cessationist than the vast majority of Christians, but during a point, I forget when exactly, I mean, it's a 4-hour video where they were discussing it, he kind of attacks Judaism as being cessationist and therefore wrong. And it's like, well, the vast majority of Christians are more cessationist than Orthodox Judaism, so what are you talking about, right? But I don't think Rabbi Blumenthal has studied Christianity in that depth, which is why I wrote to Rabbi Blumenthal to see if he would be interested. I would love to have him on my channel.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, if nobody came on, I was gonna just play this and respond to it. Let me just see what Chris is trying to say. Would be interested in Jacob's opinion about the simplicity question. Why is it that people with simple faith seem to be more effective in living that faith? Honestly, I have to say, I think different people have different God-given capacities, and some people don't struggle with their faith as much as other people. And the people who do struggle with their faith are the ones who get very intellectually involved in it. I mean, look at Augustine, for example, who famously, like his Confessions, right? But it was through that struggle, right, that he came up with all of that stuff, right? So the people who have a simple faith, God bless them. Emunah Pshuta is a beautiful thing. And if that's what you've been blessed with, then be happy about it. But I just think different people have different roles in life. Aquinas, lots of people, even Martin Luther, really struggled with it. As far as I can tell, Servetus really struggled with it. In some ways, I struggle with it. Although I have to say, for me, it's always been remarkably and incredibly clear that atheism is just stupid. And I mean, maybe that's a gift from God. Maybe it's a curse. I don't know. But I'm sorry. Like, atheism is just intellectually vacuous and indefensible.
Is he an atheist, Jan God? I didn't know.
Jan God, are you really an atheist? Come on, you can't really be an atheist. By the way, you're welcome to come on, Jan God. You may have noticed I've been the nicest to you of anybody. I should probably actually pin the... I'm so godless, it's crazy. There's a difference between being an atheist and being godless. That's completely different. Kirk. Hello, Kirk.
What's up?
How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm starting driving soon.
You're what?
I'm starting driving soon.
Oh,
Whoa,
you're going to start driving soon. Very nice.
dude, that's nice.
And I'll get myself a Rebecca.
You'll get yourself a what?
A Rebecca.
A Rebecca? You should get yourself a
Right
Rebecca.
away.
That would be a very good thing.
And she has to be named Rebecca, so this way she can have a Jewish name.
It's okay. Whatever her name is, it's fine. I will publicly announce the recommendation I gave Kirk, which I give to all young men. Learn to dance.
Yeah,
Learn to dance. Take a
Ah,
dancing
yeah.
class. Take more dancing classes. Learn to dance.
Can
I
you
am-
dance?
I do not. One of my big regrets, and maybe the reason why I'm not married.
Ah,
I should have learned to dance.
Well, I have faith you'll get married. I mean,
Be'ezrat Hashem Yitbarach. If that is God's will, it will in fact happen. Yeah. Okay. What were we talking about? We were talking about the.
something about atheism, and Dr. Brown.
See, Dawn agrees with me, and if Dawn agrees with me, I must be right.
That's it.
Um,
Yeah. I need to learn how to dance. I still have not done that. Where's the link? It's at the top, David. Hop in here.
Yeah, everybody's
Get in
complaining.
here. I know I may have to go.
As if
abruptly
David
at some
needs a
point,
link.
too.
from what
Okay.
I've seen, from Michael Brown, he seems to be relatively more honest than a lot of other Christian apologists. But I mean, is that really that high of a bar, or?
It's not. I mean, I have a video. Is it Christian to lie? The answer is yes. Obviously, certain Christians don't believe so, and I'm very glad. But like Christian translations lie to you. They just do.
I mean,
Like,
what do you think is? I've heard NIV is better than most other Christian translations.
in
but-
the Hebrew, apparently, yes. From what I have seen, the Hebrew is NIV is better. Dewey Rames actually is not that bad. I've generally liked Dewey Rames, but that's based on the Vulgate, which is also based on the Masoretic text. So that may be why it's kind of better. But yeah. How you doing, David?
I'm doing well. I learned how to dance with my wife. I knew how to dance just a little bit. I used to be able to pop and lock.
That's an even
it-
better mustache than Alex's. Alex O'Connor's.
Well, I guess
Horrible.
better. I have a good friend from high school who like does the wax twirly
The
thing.
Salvador Dali thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it for the actual play. I'm gonna
Yeah.
actually have to put stuff in it. I don't mean this as an insult, Jacob. I think you'd be a good Wario for Halloween if you're trying to find a costume.
She's not
Wario's
allowed to
awesome.
for Halloween.
Wario is a great character,
Yeah,
but I
yeah.
didn't know if you'd, I don't know, be offended by that for some reason.
It's kind of hard to offend me. It's okay. Put that no, actually. So this is my thing, and I'm very serious about this. If insult is not meant, then don't take offense. If insult is meant, take offense. And sometimes some people don't like. They may not mean offense, but like there is offense there. Like, I mean, my recent video with on what's her name, Anna Kasparian has actually been doing really well. like, I don't think she meant to be anti-Semitic, despite the fact that she was, towards both me and the state of Israel, really. But like, yeah, I don't know. Hello, Ron. How you doing?
Good evening. Can you hear me, Houston?
I
Barely.
can definitely hear you. Yes. How you doing?
Okay. My phone is roboting really bad on my end, but if you can hear me, that's okay. Hopefully it'll work out.
We can hear you. So that's probably because you have your video off and your upload is doing better than your download. You may be, I mean, if you have other things downloading, you might want to minimize that if possible.
Before I forget, Kirk, can you get in contact with me? Or Jacob, can you send me Kirk's contact? Is that a
I'm
thing?
not sure I have his.
I can
contact.
type my email in chat if you want. What do you need?
Because I want to do the Macbeth thing soon, and you
Okay.
were interested.
We have 2 Rons now.
That's not good. I'll put my email in chat.
Awesome, thank you, Kirk. I do recommend learning how to dance. It's also a lot of fun if you know how to do it, and you immediately it's a skill that so many people don't have. That if you have it, and it's very easy to get, you immediately have a one-up on so many people.
And I definitely do think women find dancing very attractive.
Super duper attractive.
Who is that guy on Jason's thing? I don't think he wants to be on. Oh, okay. He went off.
He left.
Or I would have taken the video off because that poor guy just got broadcast to tens, possibly, of people. Yeah,
Look,
on the internet.
the just chatting, it gets people. There'll be people who watch this later.
Yeah, tens of people. Tens. Literally tens.
Maybe hundreds after a couple months.
Yeah.
You know what it is for me, Jacob, is I compare it to Bible studies that I ran. If I had a Bible study that had the attendance of the YouTube Bible study, I'd be like, wow, that was a lot of people.
So this is exactly my thing with my channel, right? Okay, that's Jason. Okay. You know what, Jason, we're going to take you off screen until you're ready to be back on screen. Okay. Because I don't want people unwittingly ending up thing. I'm sorry to. It would have been nice to talk to you, Ron. I'm guessing you wanted to talk about the cessationism, which I actually would have loved to talk to you about.
Am I incorrect? Ron is a convert to Christianity from some form of Judaism, is he not?
Right, not Orthodox. He didn't come
yeah.
from an Orthodox family. He found God, and as I understand it, he's very charismatic.
Okay.
No girl needs a mustache, or no girls need mustache. What,
I
Cassandra?
think he's asking if women like men with mustaches.
Some do,
No.
some don't.
Generally, no, though.
And my advice to all men is, if your wife doesn't like how you look, change it.
Yeah, correct.
You wear what your wife tells you to. You do your hair how your wife tells you to. You do your facial hair how your wife tells you to. That's how it works. Ron,
We made it, and I can hear you.
we can kind of hear you.
We can hear you, but you're still roboting.
Hello.
Oh, I am roboting.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay, I don't know why, but I think my phone is possessed. Sorry.
It's all from God ultimately, but like I'm not sure he's trying to tell you anything.
I will write everything in the chat. I'm gonna bail.
Okay. 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 I look forward to reading what you have to say in the chat.
Do you know what type of Christian Ron is?
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure he like goes to a local church where they're not as charismatic as he is, but he doesn't care because he's a charismatic, and charismatics are like, I don't care. Let the Holy Spirit
Are
move.
charismatics more heretical than other Protestant sects?
Not necessarily. I mean, being a cessationist versus charismatic, vast majority of Christians, vast majority of Christians are more cessationist than Orthodox Judaism is. Non-Orthodox Judaism is very cessationist, and for like Orthodox Judaism is probably closer on the question of cessationism to charismatics than the rest of Christianity, and probably the rest of Judaism, really. David, what are your views on cessationism?
If I understand some forms of Judaism, actually understand that there was never anything ever. It's not really that it stopped; it's that it never was.
Very rationalist and modern and reform, yes, tend to be incredibly cessationist. Yeah. Some readings of Maimonides make him so cessationist as to be almost heretical. And I disagree with those readings of Maimonides. But there are people who will argue Maimonides was that cessationist. And
right.
Honestly, the Vilna Gaon claimed that Maimonides fell into heresy. So, like, I'm not going to say I know Maimonides better than the Vilna Gaon did.
Right.
I will say there are people like the Rebbe who read Maimonides in a very different way. And I would prefer not to ascribe heresy to Maimonides, but like, it doesn't matter. Like, you're telling me you're reading Maimonides in a way that's heretical. Well, I'm sorry. If he fell into heresy, that's too bad for him. I would rather not read him in those heretical manners. And like, yeah. It doesn't, like, it doesn't matter to me. Like, you can't make an argument from authority to Maimonides. Like, here, let me convince you that he was a heretic, therefore you should also be a heretic. It's like, not going to be a heretic. Don't care if Maimonides was a heretic or not. Not going to be. What happened? I thought you were going to type things.
I think he's
wrong.
Sorry.
Okay.
Good night.
I guess he's going to bed. Good night, Ron.
So what I would say is that my personal understanding of Christianity, it's very, very, very much only in the West where there seems to be any concept of cessationism, where it's like I have to basically deny some of the spiritual movements occurring in Christianity globally. I have to think they're all crazy, which I'm sure for you is much easier.
Well,
if you wanted to.
So I'll and I've said this publicly before. My good friend Sam Tiedemann, he practices glossolalia, which is the charismatic interpretation of speaking in tongues, which
Aesthetic
I agree with the cessationists. That's not what it means to speak in tongues.
Okay.
B, scares the shit out of me, and I am constantly begging him to reconsider. because glossolalia, the only thing that Rabbi Skobach, who's been asked about it, has been able to link it to is precisely the only thing I can link it to, which is the Tower of Babel and the curse of the Tower of Babel. Like,
Right.
this is
right.
not a good thing. Speaking in tongues, which, if you're relating it to the Jewish concept of Pentecost, Shavuot, Revelation, Sinai, is when you speak and
And
everybody
everyone
understands.
hears.
Yeah, everybody
yeah, yeah.
understands, despite what languages they know. Glossolalia is you speak, nobody understands, including you.
Yeah, that's a
Which
good
is
point.
like,
yeah.
no, please do not engage in this. For the
Well,
love of God.
I had one friend. If he wasn't so close to me, I wouldn't believe this story.
Mhm.
He wrote down his glossolalia, where he was speaking in tongues. He wrote it down, and it was the Shema. He said the Shema, not knowing Hebrew.
Well, he wrote something down which
Was close enough.
I would like to see what he wrote down.
Right.
Are you sure he didn't do that after?
You want to
Faust?
know how he pronounced the divine name, or
Pretty much. Yeah. I'm like wondering what exactly happened there.
yeah.
I mean, I believe that he may himself have thought that but like, I want to see what he wrote down, because I had, I remember when I was in college, I was taking Hebrew, and I had a friend who was a charismatic Christian, and she had, somebody else had written down what she had said while she was speaking in tongues, and she asked me about it. I was like, ain't Hebrew, sorry.
Right.
And I tried very hard. I was like, yeah, don't see how this would be Hebrew.
Yeah. Well, my perspective, it's very. When I talk like this, I know that there's a lot of modernism and scientism within me. I feel much more comfortable in the stuff that human beings can't fake, and I do think that glossolalia is not difficult to fake and exists in every single religion. There is
no glossolalia in Judaism. I have not been able to find anything other than demonic possession which would cause glossolalia in Judaism.
Right. Oh, William Branch knows about this. There was a specific thing in Toronto that's referred to as the Toronto blessing.
Yeah.
Do you know about this?
I've heard about it. I mean, I do live in Los Angeles, you have to realize, and I found out about like how Pentecostal Christianity started. It wasn't that far away from me.
Yeah. But what was I going to say? Yeah, I believe God is continuing to heal, the casting out of demons. This still seems to be these things still seem to be occurring. And
do you believe people have the power of healing?
I'm going to say yes.
Mm-hmm.
I have never experienced such people.
But would you go to one of these like Benny Hinn type things where?
No, I would not. I would not go to one of those.
David's a smart guy.
The thing is that if it wasn't someone's completely surrounded by heresy and deep evidence that he is unhinged, and that there is evidence to the contrary of what he was doing, then I could be made interested in someone like that. What I would say is that, like, I know I have friends that during COVID ran churches underground. Like what I mean is not public churches.
right.
That people were converting and turning away from things like the occult, and a lot more charismatic things happened than this guy who is like the leader was in his own background. And that has happened multiple times, where people, more things like dreams, prophecy, words of knowledge, like how these things are termed, would occur. And I've had some experiences with that kind of stuff myself. Nobody's fallen over, and you just have a dream and you go, what the hell am I supposed to do with that?
So when I was still practicing Orthodox Jew, I was about as cessationist as you can be within Orthodox Judaism.
Mm-hmm.
The things I have seen over the past 3 years have made me like far, far, far more like believing in like the capacities of the demonic than ever before. Especially the things that I have seen in among the LDS. Like, I am convinced that there are demonic powers, and I don't want people to misunderstand me. I've made videos about this, that there are demonic powers manifesting supernaturally among the LDS.
Yes. Yeah. When I was studying, I got into some debates with some LDS people, okay, and having conversations, and they invited me and a friend who were both getting interested in this stuff of debating, not of joining, just to be clear. And I went to one of the times that their quote unquote prophet was speaking.
Mhm.
And I could not be in that building for more than 5 minutes. I have never experienced this before. I'm not someone who, even going into like a store that outright is like occult stuff,
Yeah.
did not give me the feeling of 5 minutes in this LDS church. I was like, I have to get the fuck out of here. It was very.
So
Yeah.
I will say, like, I don't in any way mean to like imply that I think, and quite the opposite, that I think like members of the LDS tend to be like demonic. Absolutely the opposite. I think like the demonic is manifesting in the LDS because demons demons rarely make their nests among the Jeffrey Dahmer types. Like, their job is to beset the faithful. And I have seen incredibly, incredibly faithful people in the LDS who I have immense, like, genuine love for, and I believe are incredibly, incredibly good people. At the same time, I have never been so scared out of my wits.
I mean,
Also, they believe in speaking in tongues.
They actually do. And I have to say, like, if you want to see what I mean about like the demonic manifesting in the life of like saintly people, let me see if I can remember her name. Um,
Kirk, what were you about to say? Kirk was just
I,
about
I
to
was
say
just asked what specifically in the past 3 years with the LDS that didn't exist beforehand.
no. My personal experiences.
Okay, personal experience.
Yeah.
Because the LDS has had problems for.
No.
No.
Jacob is
I'm
saying that
talking.
he didn't believe this stuff was still active, and because of that, he now believes it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh, I think her name was Zena Young, but I can't find. I can't find where she is. Yeah, Zena Deontha Huntington Young. Like, read up on her life. Here, I will put a link in to the Wikipedia article on her. Like, oh my god, yeah, oh my god.
Sorry, Don made this joke earlier, and I want to acknowledge it because I thought this was a very good joke. A literal underground church, ha 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 ha, because they built these churches into the ground, out of the ground. Either way, there's Jacob.
Yeah, and sorry, Young God, like not actually following the various discussions you guys are having. But yeah, about like angels and demons, I will say that as far as I am concerned, the line between angel and demon is very different than the Christian like concept of angels. Like we don't have rebellious angels in Judaism. That's angels with free will is less of a thing than dogs with free will in Judaism.
I know some very sinful dogs. I've met them. They're
Do
all
all dogs go to
doodles.
heaven?
No, if you watch the movie All Dogs Go to Heaven, at least 2 dogs go to hell.
That's kind of sad. Yeah.
Look, they're not all good boys, okay? I'm sorry.
They are not. Which reminds me of my favorite Babylon Bee. They actually made a shirt for this. Let me pull it up. This is my favorite Babylon Bee article. One of them. Calvinist dog corrects owner. No one is a good boy. Seattle, Washington. Responding to his owner, Matt, affectionately calling him a good boy for fetching a stick, local Calvinist canine Rupert reportedly reminded him that, according to the scriptures, nobody is a good boy. We've been over this, Matt. We are all corrupted, every one of us. Rupert reportedly said to his owner after stopping mid-strides to address the glaring theological error. How can you call me a good boy when we have all been marred by the effects of sin? According to witnesses, the dog went on to lecture his owner for several minutes, stressing how easy it is to forget that who we really are in light of God's blinding holiness and our desperately fallen nature. Do not call me a good boy. I am a depraved wretch, he added before picking up his stick and continuing to play.
I love the Babylon Bee. I mean, not every. It's obviously conservative leaning, but
Turn your camera on.
That might help, but yeah. Ooh, it's Garth's future wife. Garth wants to know if you like Ethiopian food. I love Ethiopian food.
It's good.
The wedding is in like 2 weeks.
yeah, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
Yeah, yeah.
So, welcome back, Jason.
What's
But
up?
he
Greg?
says that he's not going to.
I
No,
wanted to know,
people can't lie, Jacob. You should know this.
Yeah. I
Jason-
think it's best we leave
Yeah.
our good friend waiting for a while.
if
Yeah.
he shows himself on camera, I
Um,
think we should let him on.
It's okay. Yeah.
Jason, are you wearing a gun holster?
No, it's for posture, but it looks like one
Oh.
though, doesn't it? It looks pretty cool. No, it's just for it's supposed to keep my up straight. I don't know if
Okay,
it works
all
so
right,
well,
all right.
but
Where does Jason live
Yeah.
again?
Colorado now.
In Sin. That's where Jason lives. In
Colorado.
Sin.
Yep.
I mean, it's
No, we're
not as
married
bad
now,
as Los
remember?
Angeles, to be fair. Jacob needs to move out of
That's
Los
not
Angeles
very
before you move out of
specific.
Colorado.
Where is
Oh,
the
that's right.
most sin that he could live in?
With his
San Francisco.
girlfriend. He lives with his girlfriend. That's living in sin.
She's a nice lady. I think there's more sinful things he could do.
There is definitely far, far more sinful things he could be doing. Yes. I am the last one to throw stones.
Did I miss a porno bomber or something?
Attempted
Was
one.
it attempted one? Okay.
Without a doubt, he was. Was not
Richard,
in the
is that
chat.
what it?
Bye,
Okay.
Chava. I look forward to meeting you in person. And yeah, I think I'm flying out on Sunday, so that would be great.
Wait, where are you going?
Garth's wedding. Garth and Chava are
Oh.
getting married.
Whoa, congratulations.
Yes.
Are they not living
in
together?
2 weeks.
I
On-
got married once. It was a lot of fun. I really recommend it. I recommend
did you dance?
marriage.
Did you dance at your wedding? Or you learned after?
I did, like really well. I learned how to dance
Oh.
beforehand, and I already could pop.
and
off.
no, they are not living together. See, they're incredibly
Oh.
good Christians, both of them.
I was gonna say, my wife and I, we did not.
You did not
Until we
live
were
with each
married.
other before. Yeah.
No,
See,
What can you
Jason,
do?
you could get married.
God, working on it.
Mhm.
No, probably probably better to wait a little bit. I don't know. Like, she's met your parents, you've met her parents. It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
They've known each other for a very long time. They're older
You
than
have known
30.
each other
Just
for a
get
very long
married.
Yeah.
Well,
It's been like 3 years.
I mean, like, oh, there's Garth. Get
Okay,
married
good.
and have babies, Jason. Yeah, Jason.
All
It's
right.
getting kind of late, Jason.
It is. Yeah, I know. It's getting late.
Yeah.
Late to the game.
But she's a catechumen and she hasn't been baptized yet. And then Jason has to become a catechumen and become baptized.
Can women even give birth before they're baptized?
Can women? Yes, women can in fact give birth before they get baptized. It's been known to happen at least once.
Love it.
No, they can't.
Love
Don't worry about it. Kirk, when you get your own Rebecca, just don't worry
Yeah.
about it. I care
Yeah.
about it.
I'll make
Yeah,
sure
that's
she's super evangelical, and I won't ever tell her about my Noahidism.
Okay.
And super Zionist.
Wouldn't that be convenient? They couldn't have babies before they were baptized.
Yeah, if women could not get yeah.
What does that say on your hat? Oh, so made a lot
This,
of people-
this
And
is
he
the
did.
this is the MAGA hat I wear around Los Angeles. It
Oh,
only
my God.
captures the people who have the most TDS.
Would you wear that in front of your rabbi?
Sure, why not?
What you
I would
said
wear my
before-
MAGA hat in front of my rabbi. What are you talking about?
You wouldn't wear your up.
Yeah, I would. Why wouldn't I?
Could you make a like a Jewish version that's like a yarmulke with just like a little brim coming up? No?
I'm pretty sure there are MAGA yarmulkes, official
No.
MAGA yarmulkes. I would be surprised if there are not MAGA yarmulkes like I would be surprised if they don't exist, but like I I would be surprised if
Oh, I found one.
yeah,
That's
there's
Mem
definitely
Aleph. Oh, that's good. That's real good.
but I guess there aren't. Oh, yep, official Trump 2024 store. This claims to be an official
Oh.
Trump 2024 store. I don't know.
But what about this one? What about this one?
Trump Pence? Yeah, that's great. Trump Pence.
Where was it? No, that wasn't the one. There was another one that actually.
Like Trump Pence may be the worst MAGA. Like
Are those Pokemon?
This is very
Yarmulke?
upsetting to me. There was one that was actually, it's because it's not coming up when I click it. That was right here. You can see it. It's Mem Aleph Gimel Aleph, where it's like actually like
MAGA,
MAGA,
yeah.
but in Hebrew.
I'm not sure. I mean,
Would
I
you
mean,
wear that to a synagogue?
they should have at least. You could. They should have at least put in Gershayim. They between the Gimel, the last Gimel, Gimel and the last Aleph. But I
Keep
mean,
America.
this claims to be
Keep
the
America.
24 store.
Look at this. Keep America. That's so good.
Keep
For
America.
those who don't know, a yarmulke is just called a kippah. That's like
In Hebrew,
how it's
yeah.
generally referred to.
Yeah, yarmulke is Yiddish.
Yeah,
Mm.
kippah is what.
Kippah is Hebrew.
Yeah,
Then why is it that non-Jews
keep
never
America.
call it kippah?
that's so good.
Because non-Jews usually have heard of the Yiddishisms.
Yeah, I think we can all agree that Yiddish is the funniest accent. Can we all agree on that?
So Colonimus
Yeah.
Eliezer says, not gonna lie, they really needed Nikudas for the Trump Pence one. Yeah, Pence could be read in a lot of different ways. Does the Pokemon Probo Pass look
What's the
Jewish
photo
coded?
pass?
I have no idea what she's talking about.
I'm really hoping that this is going to be super anti-Semitic. I really hope so.
I hope this is not.
You know, dwarves are Jews. Are you? Oh God, this is so... Do you know the dwarves are Jews? Do you know
I
about
did
this?
not know dwarves are Jews.
Wait, what?
They do. They
And
do.
Northern.
So, guys, look at this guy. I can see what inspired the
Oh,
question.
Oh, oh my god.
I mean, it is kind of like it is kind of like Groucho Marx-ish. Yeah.
No, this is very important. This has actually been addressed by Tolkien. The dwarves are Jews. They speak a Semitic language. They are in exile waiting to get back to their homeland. And they are known for hoarding gold as part of their characteristic. And Tolkien was just like, yeah, they're obviously Jews, right? You just go, what? It's like he included like crazy stereotypes. They all have beards, like and he's a linguist. They speak a Semitic language.
Okay. So goblins are Jews and dwarves are Jews. That's too much. Well, yeah.
Well, it depends.
People
The
claim
goblins.
that whatchamacallit,
J.K.
Harry
Rowling?
Potter goblins are Jewish, kind of. And yeah, the Ferengi are definitely a Jewish stereotype.
I've also heard witches.
Witches.
I've heard they're supposed to be like an anti-Semitic caricature of Jewish women.
That
might
I
be
hadn't heard of. Continental Maltese. Jan God is making fun of you, David.
I wouldn't say he's making fun of me.
Yeah, the word Farangi, is Arabic and Persian actually for foreigner. Comes from Franks. Yeah.
Okay, here we are. Got it. Tolkien elaborated on Jewish influence on dwarves in a letter. I do think of the dwarves like Jews, at once native and alien in their habitations, speaking the languages of the country, but with an accent due to their own private tongue. In the last, he just goes on. The dwarves, of course, are quite obviously, wouldn't you say, that in many ways they remind you of the Jews? Their words are Semitic, obviously constructed to be Semitic. Yeah, he goes on about it. But guys, you got to look this up. How do I have so many people in the corner are huge
I
Tolkien
did
nerds
not
but
know.
don't know they're Jews?
I did not know about this.
They're
Yeah.
Jews. Yeah.
Okay. Once we're on this, there are actual Jews in the Duneverse. Yeah, the Duneverse. I mean, Kvitsat Haderach, right, is how they say it. It's Kvitsat Haderech. That's where he got it from. There's a lot of things he got specifically from Hebrew. Like there's a lot of words from Hebrew in Dune. Yeah. And Arabic as well. I thought I read at least some of the Dune books. Yeah.
I want an interpretation of Gimli where he speaks like Yiddish, like with like a Yiddish accent. I think that'd be very good.
Okay.
It's like they all have llamas bread except for Gimli, who has like bagels and locks. It'd be
There you
great.
go.
Does Hezi speak Yiddish?
No. He comes from a very, very
Who's Zionist?
Zionist. Yeah. The Yiddish / Hebrew fight. Oh, it was really funny. So on Orthodox Jewish Twitter, people have been following like Jewish Voice for Peace, which is like the
Anti-Semitic.
pro-Palestinian Jews, and they made a Passover thing that said Sukkot on it, but because they had cut and paste Sukkot, and if you cut and paste Hebrew, sometimes it gets reversed depending on which program you're cutting and pasting into. And so instead of Sukkot, it said Toches.
Which is
I love Tuchus.
Yeah, happy Tuchus, which a lot of people were making fun of on
I actually
Twitter.
saw that on Democracy Now.
Yeah. Oh, really? Okay.
It's really unfortunate.
The other thing was recently on one of their, I guess, maybe sukkahs / tents, they had some what looked like Hebrew lettering on it, but when I looked at it, it was Yiddish. And it's like, well, I guess anti-Zionist points for using Yiddish, and apparently it was correct Yiddish, but like so few people who were reading would know that it's Yiddish and not Hebrew, that it would kind of be like, I mean,
let me ask you this: would you rather be single for the rest of your life or marry Amy Goodman?
God. I would be single the rest of my life if I married Amy Goodman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I don't blame you.
Amy Goodman, of all people. Oh,
I mean,
I have to be
but
going
you also
to-
have not getting married is a pretty major sin.
marrying Amy Goodman is a pretty major sin. Like that's such a weird question.
Jacob, I have to be going to bed soon, but
How
have you
dare you.
watched A Serious Man? Have you seen that movie?
Yes, I have.
I revisit the scene about the Goy's teeth. I love that scene so much. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the
Where he
dentist.
goes,
Yeah,
yeah, the guy
dentist,
has
like,
Hebrew.
yeah, etched inside of his mouth somehow. Yeah.
Yeah. This Larry
It's a
in a
very
Goy's mouth.
weird movie that a lot of
Yes.
people like that I was not exactly.
Okay.
How old
And
is this?
apparently, Chava was at St. Olaf when A Serious Man was filmed on campus.
Oh, nice.
And despite having a name like Chava, she's actually not Jewish.
I was wondering.
Yeah. So Chava actually has a pretty big channel. She's actually a pretty big YouTuber. But like as far as I understand it, her YouTube stuff is like I mean 2,000 subscribers, which is bigger than mine, and she certainly gets a lot more things. But I am a cat on the internet. Well, not really, but I enjoy talking about politics, culture, religion, education, and philosophy. My videos range from dead serious to absolute shit posting. Oh, why am I not following her Twitter handle? I will be following her Twitter. I mean, I'm going to her wedding, yet not following her Twitter.
Oh, and she followed the In Praise of Shadows thing.
How do I have more YouTube Twitter followers than you do? Oh, you don't actually use Twitter very much, apparently.
Is Chava Canadian?
No.
Okay.
I don't know that much about her, other than the fact that she's marrying Garth. And they invited me to the wedding. And when people invite me to their wedding, I try very hard to go. And
Nice.
I mean, when somebody like Garth invites me to his wedding, I am actually missing a class I really wanted to go to in order to come to your wedding. So
What
there
class
you
is
go,
this?
Chava. Just for you.
Which class is this?
It's a whatchamacallit. So my professor is actually he's going to run a group in class, and he's going to show us how it's done. He calls it Fishbowl, and this is the last semester he's teaching, so I can't even go to the next semester. But I'm gonna have to miss the class, so I'm missing the class.
And how old is this movie, A Serious Man? I've never heard of it.
It's pretty old. It's probably older
It's a
than
Coen about 10 years. It's only like
yeah,
10
it's
years.
kind of older than you are.
No.
I really like the movie A Serious Man. It
15.
hit me at the right time. I need to rewatch it perhaps.
It's 15 years, so it's like
Oh wow.
you were in diapers.
I was.
Yeah. It is a modern Jewish, more conservative Jewish approach to the book of Job. That's how some
Conservative
people
as in politically or as in denomination?
denomination.
It's a weird art film that takes a lot of Jewish things into it.
Yeah, the Coen brothers actually had a father who was a mathematician. So it's Midwestern Judaica, if you can imagine that.
Are they now the Coen sisters, or is that somebody else?
No, you're thinking of
The
what's it called?
Wachowskis?
Yeah,
The people who made The Matrix?
Yeah.
yeah, that's right. That's
Yeah,
right.
they were so Gnostic, they actually transitioned, the both of them.
Well, more than that, they were asked where they got the idea from, and one of them outright said because they were watching a lot of porn. They said that it was because of pornographic images of trans people that inspired them. This is from their own perspective. This was not some Christian hate group saying, you know where I bet they got it from? No, they were being interviewed by a pro LGBTQ group, and they said that that's where they got the idea from.
So if you go to my Twitter, I linked an ad, which I'm not going to play, that somebody seriously made for Kamala Harris. That's like grotesquely, like they're gonna take your porn away, and that's why you need to vote for Kamala. And it's like,
What are they thinking?
they're thinking that porn is the greatest value, and like that's
They can't
Kyle
be that
Kalinske.
stupid.
Kyle Kalinski's whole life is, and apparently Crystal Ball's whole life is, like, abortion and porn is the reason why anyone should do anything.
Oh, I just saw this video where this guy is trolling people at the DNC, and he asked someone, would you rather have a democracy or legal abortion? And she said abortion.
Of course.
She said it was more important than democracy.
And democracy, yeah.
Yeah.
What makes you think they would say anything else?
Yeah.
Like, abortion is their sacrament. Like, and I have to say, I am nowhere like as pro-life as a lot of Christians are. But like this abortion cultism, it's like, come on, people. Like, no.
And they'll say, "Oh, Trump, he's going to give all these tax breaks to billionaires after how many trillions in stimulus Biden gave to Wall Street?"
Yeah, I mean, did you guys actually watch the Rogan interview?
I watched most of it. I didn't get to the end.
I am just hoping that it forces Kamala Harris to go on Rogan. That it might just be a dud. It might just completely be the end of her campaign. I definitely want to see it either way. And hell, I guess it's possible that she might do really well.
Do normies pay attention to Joe?
What?
Do normies pay attention to Joe?
Yeah, he has a much larger audience than anything or anyone on earth. Like, over 15 million people have watched the Trump interview on YouTube already in less than 24 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Yeah, no, I mean, what this has definitely done is solidified like the death of mainstream media.
Yeah.
And frankly, when people like Destiny say that the mainstream media is Joe Rogan, I'm like, well, yeah, he's basically right. He doesn't understand the concept of like legacy media as much as he needs to, because that's what makes him misunderstand like what's going on. But oh, by the way, Batya Ungar Sargon, there's so many good videos. Like there's so much I haven't talked about that I've been wanting to talk about. But she went on Destiny, and like I have never seen anybody expose Destiny's mental illness as clearly as she does.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to share this. If you just type in Wachowski Sisters Y, one of the first videos that came up, I think I just saw the original interview. This is from Daily Wire, but whatever. There you go.
To be honest, like for me, the people that I saw, the first images that really struck a chord with me were, trans women and pornography. And there was something that unlocked in my brain that I saw these wonderful, fearless performers becoming desirable. And
It's just like,
Okay, I don't want to get a copyright strike.
okay, was that short enough?
I hope so. We'll
Okay.
find out. Hopefully Daily Wire won't be crazy.
Oh, that's not their interview. That's them clipping something that was clipped somewhere else.
Okay.
Here's hoping.
Hopefully
Okay.
whoever else it is, it won't be too crazy. But yeah. Honestly, our society has lost its mind.
We live in a fallen world. What else can we say?
No. This is worse than normal fallen world. Our society has lost its mind.
Yeah. There's fallen world, and then there's Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
What's her name? Megyn Kelly was on Bill Maher. I only saw clips, but she was really good. Yeah.
Okay.
Especially on
Okay,
the
I'm gonna
whole
go now.
trans thing.
Good night. Good night,
Good
gentlemen.
night, David.
Good night.
So, how much longer before you graduate?
Like a year.
Okay. I mean, do you have any monetary issues with like how you're gonna what are you gonna do professionally until then?
I'm still earning most of the money I was as a from insurance. I'm not worried about that.
Okay. I mean, I just want you to have a healthy work-life social balance. I mean,
I'm good, thank you very much, and I appreciate your care. Thank you. Yeah, the Menendez brothers thing. Frankly, I just don't want to deal with it. I don't see why anybody should be talking about it. Yeah, Batya is very aligned with Destiny. The thing is, Destiny actually believes that the legacy media is truth telling, and new media is spreading misinformation. And that just comes from not having a very good grasp on reality.
I mean, both new media and legacy media have problems, but I mean,
Yeah, but he doesn't understand that. He thinks
well, he's not a very
legacy
intelligent person.
media tells the truth, and new media is lying.
I mean, Destiny just doesn't have much real world experience with.
Exactly. Yeah, he comes from having lived online way too much and imagining that whatchamacallit. he lives online and he imagines that he imagines that that the legacy media is not lying to him in ways that he just doesn't comprehend. And it's like, I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that you were raised in a generation where you didn't have access to that. But I mean, most Orthodox Jewish communities don't let their kids have phones until what age do they usually?
Oh, I definitely had access. I was one of the first people on the internet.
I mean, Orthodox. Because you weren't
Well,
raised.
I
Orthodox.
wasn't raised Orthodox.
I know. I'm asking when do Orthodox Jews let their kids have phones?
Some communities, like the adults, don't get phones. Um, Chabad, usually not until they're out of high school. Or at the very least in high school. Modern Orthodox, probably high schoolish. Although some modern Orthodox might do it earlier, which I think is a huge mistake.
Yeah.
I mean, the Orthodox education system is like amazingly better than the
Public school
Well,
system.
basically like even the private school system, like the parochial school system. The Catholic school system isn't that bad. I mean, I've been recommending it
I
to,
mean, even
to people.
evangelical schools often are better than public schools, in my experience. I mean, I just think teachers' union, the whole concept of a teachers' union in a public setting, I find reprehensible. But
I agree with you, but yeah, I mean, it depends on the school.
so how many classes do you have now?
A bunch. I don't want to get into the details.
Okay. Um, so you're gonna get a master's of social work, and after that, do you need any like apprenticeship, or do you just go straight into the field?
I mean, even in the master's degree, I have to do internships and stuff. They're just not paid. And I am hoping, I mean, after you graduate, that's when you start working as an ACSW, Associate Clinical Social Worker. And you have to do 3,000 hours in order to become a licensed clinical social worker, which means you can work independently.
So ACSW has to work for somebody else, whereas you can be self-employed when you be LCSW.
Yeah,
I see. And so what fields of social work do you feel like you want to emphasize on?
clinical.
So like what does that do?
So a clinical social worker is a clinical therapist, whereas many social workers, they're like Bill, who's been on this channel. He he's a social worker. He doesn't have a master's of social work, and he's not a clinical social worker. But like when police go, like he works as at a emergency response unit as a social worker. So when people are having mental health issues, but he's been trained as a social worker. He doesn't have a master's of social work. He's not an ACSW.
I
He's
see.
just what's called a social worker. So
So
that's not considered clinical social work.
So the difference is the clinical can actually make more holistic help, advice, judgments in a personal therapy setting.
They can actually diagnose and treat people with mental health problems.
Yeah, I mean, you seem like you'd be a good candidate.
I
You-
hope so.
I really am a big fan of reality therapy. I recently
What?
heard about it. I'm a big fan of reality therapy.
I looked into it. It sounded better than when I looked into it. There isn't a lot of actual systematic clinical like empirical evidence behind it, which is unfortunate. It seems to be mostly just an attempt to modernize psychotherapy by this one guy. But it sounds good, but when I looked into it, it's not really
Workable.
it's not really going places. Like CBT has shown a lot more
That's cognitive behavioral.
therapy, yeah, and people are trying to modernize CBT in various ways, but yeah, honestly, like our mental health model is so broken. Like the various modalities, that's what they're called, like of various modalities of therapy.
You just you don't like the splitting of the modalities, or
Right. It makes zero sense. It's like, imagine if we said, hey, this doctor you go to only uses antibiotics, and this other doctor you go to only prescribes, I don't know, whatever. Like, imagine it was like doctors were specialized not based on the symptoms you had. Like, yeah, we have specializations, like we have dermatologists, etc. Like, first of all, even that, all doctors are supposed to, like, even if you're not a surgeon, you're supposed to still be able to, like, run a central line, etc. Psychology is just like,
I understand, but to give the devil his due, I think the reason is because there are serious philosophical implications of various modalities which are incompatible with each other. Like there's a
but that doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter if your personal philosophy, like, yeah, there are certain things that your personal philosophy, and even more importantly, the personal philosophy of your of the patient and the temperament of the patient matter. But when a person goes to a doctor, right, to receive treatment, it should not be based on that doctor's personal views. It should be what works best. So
But
I
then we get to
actually really
scientists.
like the model where and too few places do this, where you actually meet with someone who then figures out, oh, from the therapists that we have, this is the one I'm going to assign you to, or who will switch people up based on, okay, we have several people working here, and this isn't working, or that is working for so and so. Let's switch them from this therapist to that therapist. But that's not the model that's available. Like, that's part of my whole thing with Fountain of Comfort is my eventual hope is that there will be several different types, as opposed to, oh, you pick at random. Like, the vast majority of people, they can interview a therapist, but it's even hard to find a therapist who's, like, based on, yeah, I would prefer somebody who's been trained in CBT. How am I going to find that person based on my whatchamacallit, my insurance? What my insurance doesn't have people listed by which modality they're trained in, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is this is a problem also with the insurance business and how much of it is making money off of people, but
No, okay, wrong. It has the problem is not insurance. The problem is the fact that the American Psychiatric Association has lost its mind, literally. like insurance is probably what's actually keeping mental health from being worse than it is. It would be a lot worse if the insurance industry were not as involved as it is.
I mean, to my thing, the AP is very mafia-like.
All of the AMA is very mafia-like. The ADA is even worse. Like
What's the ADA?
Dentist Association. Like, yeah, dentistry. Like the reason why dentistry is so screwed up is the ADA. Like dentistry may be the most screwed up health field in the United States, and it's all because of the ADA. Not even the dentists, the ADA.
Yeah, I mean, and so when you launch Fountain of Comfort, do you know how many volunteers you're gonna have for it?
Well, I mean, we're about as launched as we're going to be anytime soon. Like, people are not getting involved on. I created whatchamacallit board. I created a bulletin board system on the website. Nobody's gotten very involved in it. We're not at the point of having anybody who can be full-time staff or anything like that. So like volunteers take a lot of staff time. Volunteers take a ton of staff time. And if you don't have staff, which we don't, then you're not going to be able to use volunteers.
And so how much more do you have a plan for, like, investment in it, or to get it off the ground?
I mean, right now there's only like we've only raised $3,000 so far, which is nothing.
That's
And
unfortunate.
yeah, I mean, I've put way more money than $3,000 in.
I mean,
and I haven't taken any of the money I put in back. So like right now, Fountain of Comfort is in the negative. But like, what can I do?
I mean, even though TLC is not very big, you'd think for its size, you'd be more than $3,000.
Well, like nobody else in the TLC has really taken the initiative to actually care about Fountain of Comfort. And if people aren't going to care about it, there's like, I have to live my life. I can't make it like everything. And I mean, yeah, if it takes off, it takes off. I've put in about as much as right now I can. We'll see what happens. I've tried my best. Like, if people aren't actually going to work towards making it happen, like, yeah, there's only so much I can do. I am thinking about like when I discussed with Gage. I mean, Gage is the person who's been most involved, actively involved in trying to make things happen with Fountain of Comfort. I mean, if I'm going to contact John Vervaeke eventually. I'm not thinking of doing it anytime soon. If he's interested in getting involved, I've asked.
If John gets
Civilla,
involved, you
what?
have a lot of opportunities there if John gets involved.
If John Vervaeke does, yeah. I mean, if any of the big guys decided they wanted to make Fountain of Comfort happen, they could. Like, nobody has. I was hoping that when I set it up, people like Father Stephen has been the most supportive, definitely. But like, yeah, I mean, I have not gotten a lot of support for Fountain of Comfort from people.
Yeah. I mean, do you have any, even though you don't like the splitting of the modalities, do you have any modalities that particularly speak to you as effective?
Honestly, I really like the people I actually respect. Like, for example, this professor who I'm gonna have to miss his class, right? Like, it's not like he teaches a single modality. He's taking the best of what works and how it works for different people. Like, the people who are ideologically possessed and frankly not very scientific and not very good are the people who get obsessed on a particular modality. The people who actually are intelligent enough to understand that no one thing is going to work for every single person. Like, anybody who thinks any one modality is the answer is just stupid.
That's a pretty extreme view. I don't think most people would defend that, even though it's like,
Very few. Well, there are people who will defend something like that, unfortunately. But even without that, the vast majority of practitioners like stick to one modality, and like even in the training, and this is one of the things I really hate about my master's degree, right? They're not even teaching you the various modalities. They're like, oh, you'll get that once you graduate and start working. Which, I mean, I talked to my brother-in-law about it, and he's like, well, that sounds a lot like medical training. And the fact is, apparently, like, medical residencies, that's how they work. And mental health has unfortunately really started, like, they've kind of modeled themselves on the same model, except they don't have residencies. So it's
well, if they don't
so-
have, I mean, that's very, especially absurd because if they don't even have residencies, they won't. You'll have less experimentation with the field and the different practices within it. But I mean, you seem like you do some. Do you do any independent research into like, oh, this is what Zizek says about Lacan in your own time? Or
I mean,
do you-
I definitely try, but that's one of the things that's like conflicting with my um with like my actual schoolwork. Like, my schoolwork for my substance abuse certificate, yeah, that's intelligent and that's worthwhile and that's teaching me things. And that's why I'm doing it, despite the fact that it's taking up a lot of my time and interfering with finishing my master's degree. What is part of what is so frustrating about my master's degree is the more you know, the worse grades you get.
Yeah, I mean, the education system, or the higher education system at least, in certain situations is. I'm planning on going to college just because of how potentially necessary it will be in the job market. But if there was not a necessity, or if it wasn't good for employers, I wouldn't go to college.
It isn't good for employers. Honestly, you're so much better off like learning a trade. You are so much better off learning a
But I
trade.
do plan on going into finance, and I think for something like that, I would probably be better off taking like
Oh,
some.
I mean, if you think you can get into finance, I would say more important than any degree is passing the actuarial exam. Take the actuarial exam, pass
How do
the
you spell that?
actuarial exam. What?
How do you spell that?
ACTUARIAL. There's two of them. You can take either one. Well, actually, I think they recently unified, and then I don't know. there's two organizations, and they sometimes fight and they sometimes don't. But passing the actuarial exam is how you show you actually have the chops for high finance. That's like
Okay, so if that's the case, then I might not go to college.
no,
I'll-
no,
I'll
no.
look-
You're gonna need. I mean, in order to pass the actuarial exam, you're going to have to take college level statistics courses. But once you've taken enough courses and passed the actuarial exam, then I guess it doesn't matter if you actually finish.
Is a
But
community college is an associate's degree enough, or
I mean, and it's not a question of enough. It's a question of, are you going to have the high level statistics courses, and are you going to know the material?
will the community
And
colleges offer those kinds of classes?
I'm not sure you even need like. I'm not even sure you need to take necessarily classes. I don't know. I mean, I guess you could spend your time learning this stuff out of like buying books and like reading them. I really don't know. It depends on you, but like if you want to get into like finance, my recommendation more than worrying about colleges is first of all, try to take the practice actuarial exam. I guarantee you will not do well. Then look into how you would go learn the necessary mathematics to actually be able to pass the exam. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I brought up a community college was because while I am capable of being autodidactic, when it comes to some subjects, I prefer having a teacher. But yeah,
To explain to Rabbi Mullet, Fountain of Comfort, or Mayan Menachem. Yes, that is the Hebrew, the name in Hebrew. Fountain of Comfort is a nonprofit organization that I helped create, which is aimed at helping improve mental health under the through how I understand the teachings of the Rebbe in regards to mental health. And part of his teachings included that a Jewish mental health organization does not incorporate Judaism into itself any more than necessary, so as not to drive anyone away unnecessarily. Although obviously, like everything the Rebbe did, it is completely suffused with Judaism. So that's how I explain it to somebody like Rabbi Mullet.
is there a link to any Rebbe's speeches on mental health?
There's a famous video about meditation on YouTube that's like 5 minutes long that I highly recommend.
Okay, I'll check it out.
And towards the end of the Rebbe's biographies, Turning Judaism Outward, it discusses the Rebbe's efforts in that manner. And I think the Rebbe has letters and stuff. So Colonimus did the accounting thing. I mean, you can definitely do the accounting thing, but accounting isn't necessarily finance.
I think it would be better if I took a couple of classes at some sort of community college for statistics, tried memorize the information, and then took it after. Because, like I said, I'm not the best autodidact, and having some sort of systematic courses would be good, but I don't need a full degree.
And Elijah, who is one of the smartest people I have ever had the pleasure of meeting, he got his bachelor's in mathematics. He says don't get a degree in actuarial science, just get a degree in math or comp sci or finance if you don't think you're that smart. Exam P and F aren't hard. You only need pre-calc. I am not sure what you mean. Exam P and FM.
What's T?
Not sure what he's saying. The actuarial exams are.
Does it cost any money to take?
Those are particular actuarial exams. There's the preliminary exams. Yeah, probability and financial mathematics. Here, I will pull this up so that people can see what I am looking. So, this is beanactuary.org, which is the two societies which are the actuarial societies. Together have this thing, and so preliminary exams. The preliminary exams are the common foundation for becoming an actuary. No matter which actuarial practice area a person decides to enter, future actuarial education will depend on mastery of the preliminary exams. So there's probability exam, may be used to obtain exam 1 credit with the CAS. The exam consists of 3 hours of multiple choice questions. The purpose of this exam is to develop knowledge of probability. The application of the tools to problems encountered by actuaries is emphasized. A thorough command of calculus and probability topics is assumed. Additionally, a very basic knowledge of insurance and risk management is assumed. Financial mathematics exam may be used to obtain exam 2 credit with the CAS. The exam consists of 3 hours of multiple choice. The exam covers interest theory, discrete and continuous, and an introduction to derivative securities. It assumes a basic knowledge of calculus and probability. And there are the other exams.
And this is all free of charge?
I have no idea. Let me see. Actuarial exams. No, there are exam fees, apparently. There are practice exams you can take for free, I know. To prepare for the first exam, first review the syllabus to get an understanding of what is covered on the exam and what you need to learn to be able to pass the exam. It is also important that you download and practice taking some past exam questions and solutions. As the examinations are timed, it is critical that you practice as many sample exam questions as possible and work to build your speed. When is the best time to start taking your exam? It is ideal if you begin taking the exams during your undergraduate work after you have thoroughly read and studied the syllabus materials and spent considerable time doing practice questions. Register and take your first exam. The exams are offered on a regular basis throughout the year. Actuarial employers usually require that candidates have passed at least 2 exams. If you have passed an exam, you have demonstrated that you have the aptitude, interest, and commitment to be an actuary. Yeah.
And when did you take an actuary exam?
I never took one. I didn't even know about them. I wish I did.
Okay, so you don't need to take an actuary exam to work in insurance?
Not what I did. I'm an insurance broker. You need 2 weeks past high school to do what I do. You need to take 52 hours of education online in a incredibly and have a high school diploma to do what I do.
I see.
Yeah. Elijah wants to know what level of math are you in right now?
Right now I'm doing high school level geometry.
Okay, you're gonna have to get up to calculus if you want to do finance. Rebecca said you can share her video stuff on Fountain of Comfort or whatever you want, whatever helps people. That's really nice of her.
Wait, Rebecca said what?
So she has some videos that I might rip off and put on Fountain of Comfort.
And yeah, I mean, I hope the best for Fountain of Comfort, but if it goes nowhere, it goes nowhere. I mean,
This is true.
has he at all involved in it?
Other than giving me small amounts of money, no.
Yeah, because didn't Hezi take psychology in yeshiva?
No, his father is a professor of clinical psychology at Bar Ilan University, although I think he just retired. Emeritus professor.
Okay, because from what I've asked, he seems relatively knowledgeable about the field.
He's knowledgeable about everything. He's a smart guy.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder where Hezi is now.
Has he?
What time is it in Israel?
I don't know. Probably like 6 a.m. Six 6:20 a.m.
6:20. And Hezi usually wakes up around 5?
Something like that. But I mean, it's Sunday, so I don't know what his schedule is. Also, this is the week after Chag, so yeah, he's probably like swamped with work.
Yeah. I mean, in Israel, technically they didn't have a 3-day holiday because they don't have 2-day Yom Tov in Israel.
For most people, I mean, a lot of the if you're an American in yeshiva, especially if you're Ashkenazi, most poskim say you have to keep 2 days.
I see. Yeah, so that's kind of interesting. So you go to Israel, but if you're from America, you still have to.
If you're going back to America,
Okay, so if you're going back to America,
yes, you still have to keep 2 days.
I mean that's kind of interesting because the whole reason why the 2-day rule in the diaspora was instituted to my thing was because in the Jewish calendar they had a hard time calculating when Yom Tov ended, but now with modern technology that's very easily calculated. So I wonder why that reasoning for the rule is gone.
I mean, you can look into it's a whole thing. It's pretty complicated. Yeah.
What's your favorite? What did you say your favorite holiday was again? Passover.
My favorite holiday? Do I have?
Other than Shabbat.
I may have. I mean, if you asked me before, I probably said just Shabbat.
Yeah, other than Shabbat.
Other than Shabbat, why would I have a favorite holiday other than Shabbat? I don't know. What's my favorite holiday other than Shabbat?
Did you go to synagogue for Yom Kippur?
Yeah.
Well, I mean Yom Kippur. I mean, beyond the spiritual meaning, you do get to meet a lot of lost faces, and it's the one day of year where even most Reformed Jews have some connection to God. So
Yeah, I mean, I like the liturgy. I like the Sephardic liturgy a lot for Yom Kippur. Yeah.
I mean, Passover is also pretty good for community, but Passover, to my understanding, even though some non-observant Jews do observe Passover, it's not nearly as observed as the high holidays.
I'm not sure about that. a lot of families still, that even if they don't go to synagogue at all, will still get together, even for a totally unkosher meal on Passover.
I see.
Uh,
So it's even most reform.
It depends on the family. It depends. Yeah. And you have to understand, like, outside of the United States, reform doesn't exist. Right? So, like, you have plenty of people who are, for example, Masorti, in various countries, including Israel. Like, reform isn't a thing in Israel. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, in Israel, to my understanding, there's basically secular Jews, secular Sephardim, and actual Orthodox Jews. And secular
Uh,
Sephardim are somewhere in between.
there is such thing as Masorti Jews. I mean, despite the fact he doesn't call himself Masorti, I kind of sort of want to accuse. I'm sorry, Yoav. Uh, um, accuse Yoav of being Masorti. Um, he explicitly said he doesn't consider himself Masorti, but he's kind of Masorti. Um, there's a lot of variation. It's hard, especially in Israel, to put people into a category, especially because their family affects that a lot, right?
Yeah, I mean, in America, they have the denominations, but in Israel, with very few exceptions, you don't have many, capital C conservative or capital R reform communities. Jews who are moderately observant will still go to an Orthodox synagogue, even if theologically they're probably closer to conservative.
And it's not merely about the theology. So, like, Chazi's brother, who is, he completely stopped observing anything, like, still goes to family Shabbats with his family, and, like, one of his sons decided, hey, look, all my cousins are wearing tzitzit, so he decided to wear tzitzit for a while to his completely secular school, despite not going to synagogue or anything like that. He just wanted to wear tzitzit because he wanted to, because he's a kid and his cousins did it, and he's like, hey, I want to do that, and he did it for a while. So, like, what do you call him? Right?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the differences sociologically between how Israelis see their relationship with Judaism compared to how Americans Jews see their relationship with Judaism.
I think it's one of the differences between Judaism and Christianity. And in the United States, like, Reform Judaism and, like, even for some people, their Orthodox Judaism is defined by Christian standards, whereas in Israel, far fewer.
What do you mean by Christian standards?
So, like, it's the Christian idea is, well, which denomination do you belong to based on what do you like, what creed do you espouse, and how many times do you go to church, and which church do you go to? In a Jewish community, like, what creed you espouse is not important, and which synagogue you go to will vary from week to week. So, like,
I mean,
those
but
just are not applicable standards.
but for Orthodox communities, there is still importance about making sure you're going down the right path. And
What does that mean? If your child, like, I know plenty of Hasidic people who send their kids to Panovich,
what's
and
that?
Panovich is a Litvish yeshiva, very Litvish yeshiva, and sometimes, for example, people like the Stipler, whose family was Hasidic, end up becoming basically Litvish, and it's not like they lose. And then you get
But there's a
various
difference.
generations, and you get brothers who are some are Hasidic and some are modern Orthodox, and all of them are Orthodox Jews. And
Yeah, but that's within Orthodoxy. But I'm saying there's a big difference between a Hasidic family sending their kid to Litvish yeshiva or a Zionist yeshiva and a Orthodox family sending their kid to a Reform or conservative.
but Reform doesn't exist in Israel, so
I'm
that's
thinking,
not
I'm
that's
thinking in
not
the
a
American
thing.
context.
You're
I'm
you're,
thinking,
you're making differentiations that don't exist.
yeah, well, that's because most of the Israeli community is, or more of it is Sephardic.
No, it's not that. It's because the Jewish framework is completely different from the Christian framework, in which most Americans, like, these questions that you're asking come from a Jewish framework. I mean, a American framework of what constitutes religion, which is defined by Christianity.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that is a cultural bias. And are you hopeful about the future with regards to the Israel situation?
I'm always hopeful. Mashiach is coming.
I mean, we can say we're always hopeful and we have faith that we're always hopeful, but I mean, sometimes reality seems like it's spitting in your face.
Yeah, but that's what faith is about.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. Faith is a virtue, but we shouldn't be stupid about it.
Hopefully I'm not being stupid about it. I see real dangerous possibilities, but ultimately I believe in the coming of the Messiah. So, like, even though 2,000 years ago a bunch of Jews made the mistake of following Christianity, I believe, in a similar way as to how the sin of selling Joseph to Egypt led to God, what human beings meant for evil, God used for good. I believe Christianity too could be used by God for good.
Yeah, I mean that's what Maimonides says, and greatest
I
Jewish
agree with Maimonides almost on everything.
mind. Well, I don't know if it's greatest, but pretty up there.
Yeah. I approve of Maimonides.
I mean, you're not at all worried about
There's Fezzi.
Oh, Shavuot Tov, Hezi. You're not at all worried about the possibility of a regional war with the recent stuff? I mean,
I don't know. Honestly,
I don't know, but this is not a good sign.
I don't know. I don't know. I think nothing's going to happen before the election, and if God have mercy, Donald Trump doesn't win in a landslide, I worry that things could get a lot worse. But thank God, it looks like most Americans aren't stupid enough to vote for Kamala Harris. So what can I say? Is
It
Reform
is.
Judaism a Protestant denomination? Basically, yes, I would say. Colonus, if I recall correctly, Shalom Aleichem said that the only shul he doesn't go to is the Orthodox shul. I get the vibe that a lot of Israelis are like that. The fact is, a lot of conservative and reform rabbis in the United States will complain that the people in the pews believe that real Judaism is Orthodox Judaism, and they're right. I think there's something similar to the way Americans think and talk about race versus the rest of the world. honestly, yeah, I think race Marxism, the whole racial view is incredibly Protestant, and frankly, I think it's gonna, like, as Protestantism is falling away, which I do think it is. I think all of these things are gonna fall away. Steve, notice that many Reform Jews on Tumblr basically define their Judaism as opposition to Christianity. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Elijah's making a joke. Don't worry, Kirk. What you're feeling is called being rational. I don't know what he means by that. I think he means not having faith. Yeah, being black-pilled isn't being rational. It's being black-pilled. I believe that Judaism can be used for good. Zionism. Regional war. You mean the war that is already happening? I don't think there's broken out exactly, but it's, yeah, we'll see what happens. A significant cultural gap exists between Israelis and American Jews. This is definitely true. Brat summer is over, but brat presidency is just Elijah. If I loved you anymore, I can't love you anymore because I love you about as much as any human being can love another human being. Yeah.
Is Hezi, are you gonna come on? I mean, yeah. I mean, with the recent Israel-Iran stuff, I hope you start davening the Amidah more frequently.
Why,
bring
thank
ab-
you for encouraging me.
Bring about the Mashiach. You know, make sure you have your phone off for Shabbat, and you'll bring it about.
We'll see about that. Wow, people are getting together about an hour ago to get beer.
And so I was thinking, are you still taking Peterson Academy?
I haven't been watching the videos, no.
Yeah, so you're saying I haven't seen it myself, but I have seen other people review it, and some of them made similar comments to you about oh, they're already assuming a level of familiarity. I mean, I like Peterson, but if he is trying to actually get accredited, I think he needs a more realistic game plan for the curriculum. Um, let's see. Is there anything else in chat?
Chezi says he can join in 30.
Are we still going to be live in 30?
Maybe.
So have you seen any good movies lately, or?
I have not seen a movie in a while. Yon God says you need to listen to more, to watch more General Grimm. I don't think you even know who Grim Grizz is.
No, I don't.
You might find it interesting.
Who's that?
He's a friend of mine. He has a small channel that's very popular around here. General Griswold Grimm of the...
I mean, I haven't been very active in TLC recently just because I have other stuff in real life, but...
Andrew, how come you didn't go out for beer with the other guys? Why didn't
I'm
I go
Irvine.
out for beer with the other guys?
I'm in Irvine.
You're in Irvine?
Mm-hmm.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun,
Oh, Andrew, you're breaking up.
dun, dun, dun.
Trying to find that title?
No, I found the title. I'm trying to find my high school diploma.
A school diploma.
Yeah.
Andrew, did you get all A's like every good Asian kid?
Jacob saw my transcript.
Jacob did see his transcript.
What do you think, Jacob?
I think you're half white.
Yeah.
First LARP brigade? I don't think so. I thought it was like the third LARP protocol or something. Don says, "Oh, you haven't lived until you've gotten a load of Grim Grizz."
So what content does he? What type of content does he do?
Type of content? He doesn't do a type of content. He does his own content. He is an original.
You got a lot of dogs in the background.
To be honest, he's actually, I would say, you could say he kind of does Zoomer.
I hate Zoomer.
No,
stuff.
Andrew, it's not Zoomer stuff. What would you say Grizz's stuff is?
I mean, I hate a lot of
don't know.
Zoomer humor. To be honest, I'm not a traitor to the generation. I do like a lot of Zoomer stuff, but I mean, Zoomer humor is just getting ridiculous, and lingo especially.
It's a little too random. Also random stuff. You know what I mean? It's
Zoomer stuff or
no Grizz.
Grizz is more random than Zoomer.
I didn't even know
Yes.
that was possible.
How can you be more random than Zoomers?
Zoomers have like a way about them. Grizz.
So how's it
Grizz
been?
is even more random than Zoomers.
Yes.
Wow. I wonder what Grizz would say to that.
Fight me, Grizz.
So how's your week been, Andrew?
Good. I'm really trying to find this high school diploma.
Why do
I
you
don't know
need your
why
high
they
school diploma?
because the whatever
Oh,
the
they want.
plumbers and the electricians, they all want it, man. I don't know why. Just take my transcript, man. Why do you need a diploma?
Huh. I mean, I guess you could, if you can't find it, you can. Although I still have my high school diploma around here. You can always ask for a copy from your school.
Yeah. I think I'm starting to think that's what I have to do.
See that, Kirk? Remember where you put your high school diploma. You might need
Yeah.
it one day.
I didn't know it was actually that important.
It's not. Nobody's ever asked me for a high school diploma.
Yeah.
Grizz could run a single TV station on his own. He's like the child always willing to be carried by his friends to bring back the ball. That's how I see him. I usually describe Grizz as our shaman.
Is he more Zizek than Zizek?
He may be more postmodern than. In fact, yeah, I would say he is definitely more postmodern than Zizek.
Do you like Zizek?
Zizek is not stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I've been, as you know, I love continental philosophy, and I've been looking into Zizek and Lacan, but I imagine you're not the biggest fan of Lacan.
I haven't actually read Lacan. From what I hear, there is some scientific validity to his psychological theories, which is good. But I wasn't going to look into it before I finish my stupid classes, because once I'm done with my classes, then I can forget about all the stupidity. Hopefully.
Hmm.
If you understand all of General Grimm's references, you are now fully caught up in all conspiracy theories. It's a good time to be a conspiracy theorist. Now's the
If I wanted that, I might as well just watch Candace Owens.
time. You have to understand, even Grizz does not understand all the references he makes. That's the important thing to know about Grizz. Grizz does not understand all of the references that he himself makes, because that's how Grizz works.
Have you found it, Andrew?
Say again?
I saw you holding up a piece of paper. Was that your diploma?
Nope.
It was his
It was-
parents' birth certificate, and it was his parents' marriage certificate, and he just realized it was 3 months before he was born. Dun dun dun.
Dun 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 dun. No, it was my high school public speech against the minimum wage.
Good
Very
for you.
popular. It was extremely popular, I can tell you. It's amazing. I called the government worse than robbers.
They are worse than robbers,
Let's go.
but only the Democrats. I am in favor of a $0 minimum wage.
I second that.
Why 0?
Well, I'm actually in favor of any minimum wage that's low enough that it stops anybody from. I believe people should be able to sue, especially class action. I want people to be able to sue for a very common type of fraud where people end up working for, they actually end up paying to work for people, because it's pretty easy to
Yeah, like
convince,
college.
or worse. It's pretty easy to convince people to do work for you for free. Like, lots of people do that. Or even worse, to pay you to work for them, which is, yeah, really bad. And so I believe in the minimum wage more as anti-fraud legislation than the stupidity that the Democrats try to make it into. I am opposed to fraud. Are you surprised by that?
No. Where's what's your name? The name of your black cat again?
Shadow?
Yeah, where's Shadow? I missed that little. Is it a girl?
Yes, she was sleeping here for a little while. She must be in my room. Shadow. I wonder if she is in my room. Where'd she go? I will be back. I have no idea where Shadow is. Huh. I don't know where my cat is.
That's not
That's
good.
strange. She usually hangs around here. What'd you do with my cat? Oh, yeah, I guess I could do that. There's plenty of food, but let me open. Yep. Good idea, Jan Khan. That's hilarious.
Do cats have any metaphysical significance in Judaism?
Everything has metaphysical that's so funny because like her food dish is filled with food, but as soon as I open as soon as I went to open the thing, she showed up. You're so silly.
How long have you had
You
Shadow?
won't be in response.
How long have you had her?
18 months.
I mean, I like how cats are more calm than most dogs, but I've always been more of a dog person.
I have definitely been a dog person, but I have to say Shadow acts more stereotypically doggish than Happy does. So,
What
including she's wagging her tail while she was yeah. she
who's
was wagging
Pappy?
her- Happy's my dog.
What breed is it?
Mutt.
She acts more doggish than the dog. I mean, I could see that for like a pug, because like pugs are very not aggressive like many dogs. But like for like if you have a bulldog or if you have even most mutts will I like that I like dogs more than cats, but I mean if they're biting your ankles all the time when you enter the house, it gets old.
Yeah, that's a dog that's less than 25 pounds should be euthanized for its own, because should be put out of its misery. That's a joke, people.
That would
But
I would actually be against. Wouldn't that be against Jewish law?
yeah, well, you shouldn't euthanize things for no good reason. Oh, by the way, the Yanuka posted a video where he wants people to help him translate his stuff to English, which is interesting.
Is he your favorite living rabbi?
Stop what? Saying euthanize dogs under 25 pounds? Wouldn't say he's my favorite. He's my current best guess at who would be the Messiah if the Messiah came today.
I haven't seen a lot of stuff from him, but from your channel, from what you say about him, he seems like a pretty smart guy. I mean, is he part of a specific existing dynasty?
No.
Okay, because I heard you say he talks about Hasidus, but I don't know.
He's Sephardic.
But does he talk about Hasidus?
Yeah.
Because because a lot of non-Hasidim use Hasidic teachings, even if they're not part of
Everybody does. Even the Litvish.
even the modern Orthodox.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like everybody studies the Sfat Emet. Even the Reform and Conservatives study the Sfat Emet.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Hasidim did kind of unofficially win in that respect.
I have long been saying to all of my dear Litvish friends They need to declare
I mean,
declare
that,
surrender. They
I mean,
lost.
even more. I think arguably Hasidim have won against the Litfish arguably more than analytics have beat Continentals in the philosophy world.
I wouldn't know. Jan God said, I forgot that holding a male cat is like holding a furry steel, and holding a female cat is like holding furry water. Yeah, is holding you like holding furry water? Hmm? I don't know what your typo was.
Furry steel, furry water. I have no clue what that's supposed to mean.
Yeah. I have no idea what he means.
So have you always been interested in Hasidus? As long as you've been an Orthodox Jew?
I first started becoming religious through Chabad.
Yeah, I mean, that's one things about America. Chabad is the few outlets that most non-Orthodox Jews have to authentic Torah. I mean,
Would it be a bad idea for me to accept a Friedi Yiddish New Testament? First of all, Steve, I don't know which Steve you are. Second, I don't know if you know Yiddish. Third, I usually accept anything that missionaries are willing to give me because I would rather I have it than they have it. You have to know stuff to know stuff. Male cats that fight can end up being like cat bodybuilders. I have no idea what Jan God is saying.
yeah. And I mean, Shano, did she was she potty trained well?
Yeah, cats are. I didn't have to train her, a housebreaker. She was, but cats apparently will.
Why is it easier to do with cats than dogs?
Cats are naturally like they're instinctually housebroken. Apparently, like they will. Cats will, if other cats don't pee and poop in the right place, the other cats will like make them. Yeah, housebreaking a cat apparently is not a problem whatsoever. Although I've never had trouble housebreaking a dog either. So
I mean, what breeds of dog have you experienced? Because if you've ever like, I used to have this English bulldog, and I mean, he was nice, but he was pretty rough.
I don't believe in breeds.
You don't believe in breeds?
I don't believe in breeds of dogs. No. I believe I would if I were to get a dog, I would always get a
What?
at least a crossbreed.
Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, because I believe pure breeding dogs is silly. I believe in performance breeding.
Are you pulling up something?
Nope.
Okay, I was just waiting. Yeah, I mean, in my experience, I mean, the pure breeding, some people get a bit ridiculous with that. I mean, I can understand in some context why, for certain purposes, you'd want a specific breed, but I mean, if for like talent shows, I think that's silly.
So there was a documentary, Pure Bred Dogs by Jemima. Pedigree Dogs Exposed by Jemima Harrison on BBC One. I highly recommend anybody considering buying a pure breed dog.
What's it called?
Pedigree Dogs Exposed. You
Okay.
can see it on YouTube.
And it basically exposes the problems with the pure breeding industry.
Yep. Yeah. The idea of dog breeds came from the eugenics movement in the late 18th century, late 19th century, early 20th century.
That's unfortunate.
Thinking of buying the official Trump Keepa, only $30. Yeah, Young God, you're basically correct. Although apparently animals don't really know that very well. Yeah.
I'm surprised there's no sort of evolutionary instinct against that in animals.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. Apparently that's usually accomplished by mechanisms that human animal breeding have kind of broken them of. So, yeah.
Is Hezzy a dog person?
I don't know.
We're waiting for you, buddy. We always need our heretic cousins here. So I mean, do you believe there should be any influence of continental philosophy on counseling or psychology in general?
I don't know much about continental philosophy.
I mean, the other day or a couple months ago, you had that book club with the Rav and Kierkegaard.
I mean, yeah, all I know about Kierkegaard is what the Rav says.
I know, but that's a giant in the I mean, because I think so. To my understanding, there are some therapists who say, like, yeah, you should integrate it, but like, do you believe it should be like a strictly scientific approach?
Yes.
You don't believe like philosophers should have sort of one thumb up the scale a little bit?
No more than they do in biology.
But in biology, that's kind of by definition going to be a strict science. Whereas in psychology, like existential angst or how people, what motivates people. I mean, you don't think this should play a role?
Nope. Science is science.
I mean, that doesn't sound like what I would hear from like Peterson. I mean, perhaps Peterson seems like I don't know.
Did you listen to the
Dawkins.
yeah.
I did. Yeah. I mean, Dawkins is not. I mean, I like Peterson, but he keeps dancing around the propositional, and like I think there's value in the way Peterson approaches religious stories through existential and psychological realm, but like there's a certain point in which you're asked, do you believe X happened? And it's fine to say, here's my clarification, but like as much as I like Peterson, the fact that he's not as straightforward with the propositional as in my opinion he should be, it's hard because he's trying to appease his Christian fan base, but he's also I mean, obviously
I don't think he's trying to appease anyone.
you don't think he's trying to appease anybody?
Nope. I think I don't like I don't like how he answers the question because I would answer it differently, but I think how he answers it is about as useful as an answer as you can give a fundamentalist like Dawkins who's just trying to find an excuse to not listen to you.
I mean, I would agree Dawkins is not like well versed in non-literalist, non-evangelical Christian interpretations of the Bible, but at the same time,
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he's a fundamentalist.
I agree. But I'm still saying the way Peterson could answer it in a more understandable way for most people.
For most people, but he's talking to Dawkins.
But he's also talking to the audience indirectly.
No, he's talking to Dawkins. Like if I think the audience who wants to understand Peterson understands him as well as they can and knows what he's saying. What Dawkins finds frustrating is that Peterson is not willing to give him a fundamentalist club to bash him with. Like it's not like it's not perfectly clear to anybody who wants to know what's going on what Peterson says. It's people like Dawkins who don't want to understand what Peterson is saying because they're fundamentalists and it bothers them to actually know things. I'm not a huge fan of fundamentalists.
I agree Dawkins is not a sophisticated thinker. The only criticism I'm giving here of Peterson is that he's been asked in very specific qualifiers what he is convinced of, and
and he answers it perfectly clearly to anybody who wants to know the answer. The people who claim he doesn't answer it clearly just don't want to know his answer. They want a quote they can then misquote. That's what they want. They don't want to know what he's saying. They want to be able to say he's saying something that he's not.
What do you believe he believes? Because
what do you mean? What's
like, do you believe that when he's speaking about the Christian story, he's saying it in any sort of propositional way, or do you believe he's solely looking
he
at it
says
through?
He doesn't know what the propositional value of that of those particular propositions, like the virgin birth, are. He doesn't. He feels unqualified to talk about those things, which is a level of intellectual humility I wish more people had.
I mean, yeah, I guess saying I don't know is a fair enough answer. It's just when I don't know is also couched with, and here's why it's meta truth, this and this, or hyper real. This terminology, because most people don't pay, most of Jordan's audience is not as sophisticated as he is, they might not come away understanding what his distinction is there.
See, you have it the opposite. In fact, him saying I don't know and explaining things is making it more clear than if he were speaking in the terms that the new atheists would prefer he was speaking it. Again, the people who say he's being vague are not mad that he's being vague. They're mad that they can't misrepresent what he's saying.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that a lot of the new atheist types, when they go into these conversations, quote unquote, are not great faith actors. I don't think many people in TLC would disagree with that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Fuzzy!
Hey,
Shalom,
yo.
Hezzy.
Shalom. How are you? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Amazing. Shavua Tov. How was your
Shavuot Tov.
Sabbath? Why is it not on my headphones? That's annoying.
Shavua Tov. Shavua Tov.
How was my what? How was your what?
Chazi,
Yeah, I'm with you. Sorry about that.
we will never forgive you.
I asked Kirk how was your Sabbath.
About as good as any other weekend for a teenage boy is. So pretty good.
All right. Jacob, what about you? You had a good Shabbat?
Baruch Hashem.
I actually found out a local rabbi knows Zizek, so that was pretty interesting.
Hashem Yerachem.
It's the portion of Genesis. Jacob, where did the synagogue thoughts take you?
Wait, did Jacob go to synagogue?
No.
I always assume the best. So
I mean, Hezi, let me ask you this. If you could associate a continental philosopher with Simchat Torah, what would you pick? Maybe Levi Strauss?
Yeah, maybe.
Is Levi Strauss kosher?
I've never
Is it
heard that
kosher?
name before. I have no idea what you're talking
What
about.
is your fascination with the continental philosophers?
Because analytic philosophy is obnoxious and pretentious, and continental philosophy is the only real philosophy. Oh, and Greek philosophy.
I got you. It's very important to remember that prophecy and Kabbalah. Well, for sure, prophecy is not philosophy, and Kabbalah might have hints or indications to some sort of cross pollination with philosophy, but that too is not philosophy.
I mean, do you prefer continental to analytic, Hezi?
I don't think in those terms. I think in terms that things that shine light on Torah, I'm interested in.
Okay. I mean, are you familiar with Claude Levi-Strauss's work?
A little, not like deep dives.
Okay, because I was wondering if he's considered kosher by the Orthodox Jewish community, but
A lot of people are not considered kosher by the Orthodox Jewish community, and even if they are considered kosher, it's not things that you people give a kosher stamp on. It's sort of like, if you looked at that book, then okay, you did. I
You know
think
what's
actually,
really funny?
Yeah.
How much do you know about Israel Kirzner, Chezi?
not much.
Me neither. I did not realize that he was one of the greatest students of Rav Hutner. And like in the Orthodox world, very few people talk about him at all, but like completely kosher. Completely kosher.
what does he do?
Austrian econ, baby. That's where it's at.
Like one of the greatest students of Rav Hutner. Rav Hutner's like he in the Orthodox Jewish world, like the only way people know him is he was a compiler of Rav Hutner's works. Nobody knows about his. Did he actually win the Nobel Prize?
Did who win the Nobel Prize?
Israel
Oh.
Kirzner?
I don't know.
This is an economist?
Yeah. No, I don't think
No.
he hasn't won the Nobel Prize. Probably should have.
No,
But he's also a Rav.
The last religious figure that's also a rabbi that won, I think, is Israel Uman for game theory.
Israel Uman, I don't know him.
I'm wondering if he's a rabbi or not, though. He's definitely Orthodox, though.
Israel Alman.
Alman.
Yeah, he's also Orthodox. He won the Nobel Prize in 2005. Yeah, he's at the Hebrew University.
Jacob, did you see the Joe Rogan? Before we go to the Joe Rogan thing, did you see the Jordan Peterson Dawkins conversation?
Yes.
So depressing.
Actually, I thought they made headway. I don't know why people were so depressed.
I just felt like Dawkins, it was so annoying.
I think everyone thinks.
Yeah, he kind of was.
And also, as far first of all, like Mamash, he just needs to take this like psychedelic trip already, and then let's have this conversation after. Okay? Both Sam Harris is telling him he needs to do it. Just like, can you open up your eyes, man? But it's also just to see Jordan like doing everything he can to try to include Dawkins in like this journey of like science evolution, but it seems like he has no interest on joining the merry-go-round.
Chazi, I was looking at Robert Alman's whatchamacallit, and I just have to read this from Wikipedia.
He's a rabid Zionist. What is it gonna be?
In a speech to the religious Zionist youth movement, B'nai
Here we
Akiva,
go.
Alman got that Israel is in deep trouble due to his belief that anti-Zionist Satmar Jews might have been right in their condemnation of the original Zionist movement. I fear the Satmars were right, he said, and quoted a verse from Psalm 127. Im Hashem lo yivne bayit, shav amlu habonim bo. Alman, I'll read the translation for the people. Unless the Lord builds a house, its builders toil on it in vain. Alman feels that the historical Zionist establishment failed to transmit its message to its successors because it was secular. The only way that Zionism can survive, according to Alman, is if it has a religious basis. I like this guy even more than when you told me he
but Jacob, is that not what my claim is all the time, though?
That the Satmar Rebbe was right?
No. That the Zionistic, forget who said what. The Zionistic movement, okay, is flawed, and there needs to be a change to it. Okay, I agree.
I
mean, I had this not argument, but I had this back and forth with Gilad right before the Sabbath, and I feel like he thought I was giving him like a hard time, or that like I was gonna be like very cynical about the thing he sent me, and it was about this rabbi from this forum in Tel Aviv that told some people that they're going to end up disappearing basically from Israel, and this became like a headline as if like he's threatening them, or it was something that's very disgusting to say. And I don't know. Anytime I answer Gilad, my attitude is that you can point at bad apples, but someone that's looking at the secular people in Israel and saying like, if you guys don't believe in the story of this country, like from like a historic and religious perspective, then you'll end up leaving the country by yourself, or you'll disappear, because as far as procreation and so, it's not a threat. It's just an example of like what's going to happen. But like,
yeah, there is no future for secular Zionism. It's a dead end, and hopefully the Jews who have espoused it will repent and recognize that it is a dead end and move on to bigger and better things.
So this relates to the Jordan Peterson and Dawkins conversation, which is I believe that orthodoxy that still wants to salvage the I'll call them we won't even go down that term. We want to salvage the relevant.
Shav amlu pabonim bo.
Yeah, but I could also say Evan Masu Avonim Haitala Rosh Pinah, right? The the stone that we're frustrated in building.
Right, which is Torah, which the bonim ma'asu, right, will be Rosh Pinah. The problem is those bonim were idiots, and they're not going to have a Yerusha in the Bait, which can only be built on Emunah.
Other than Emunah, I have no idea. Oh, and by I have no idea what those words are.
He's saying we'll be able to establish the construction of the third temple, both spiritual and physical, only once through Torah and only when true faith is achieved. I would argue to Jacob that just like Jordan Peterson is trying to introduce Dawkins to a new framing in order that he could salvage some of the baby with the bathwater that, let's say, science has, I would say that if the secular Israelis want to still hold on to the structure of Zionism, or let's say the healthy parts of the infrastructure of Zionism, like as far as nation building and things like that, they need to adopt or return to the roots. However, I think the Orthodox community should assist them in doing so, and assist them with speaking to them in a redemption.
You're not trying to save the baby. You're trying to save the bathwater.
No, I'm not. I believe that there's baby elements in the
bathwater
in the Zionistic project. So I'm looking to salvage those. However, Jacob, and I don't know why there's always so much resistance to this. Just like Rabbi Uman said, there's a way that could happen properly. And there's a way that it happens.
You're backing up.
HaKadosh Baruch Hu is trying to tell you something
improperly, and even
you droided on us. Hashkacha pratit. It's all shtuyot.
I thought you said you agreed with my you said you liked my manis. He said nobody has hashkacha pratit except like
that's not what he says, Kirk. He doesn't say that no one has divine providence. He says that the only people that have divine providence are people that are fully oriented, aligned, and have reached a balanced equilibrium, like reached a balance of their intellect, the divine intellect, and those people that did all the things that they needed to do may receive prophecy. It's actually quite depressing also because he says
prophecy,
that
he's talking about hashkacha pratit.
Sorry, you're right. Sorry. But all the people that have oriented themselves properly, then they will be skilled enough to look at the pattern of the world and be able to have hashgacha pratit. However, he says basically no one has that, and even his brother didn't have that. He gives a very eerie story about how someone that had hashgacha pratit would know not to get on a boat before a storm is going to happen, and that's how he lost his brother. But some people could have it, just not most.
I'm not sure we generally agree with what he said about hashgacha pratit.
With what who said? What Rambam said?
Yeah.
I mean,
Look,
it could be an ad.
We love the Rambam, but he's one rabbi. It's not like everything Rambam says everybody has to agree with 100%.
No, and then you could start taking on like it was actually interesting to me that Rabbi Breitowitz, I don't know if you saw that one of these last clips that someone posted on the Nohai channel, but he was sort of stressing and talking about the machloket between Rabbeinu Tam and Rambam about Christians, and Yeah, right. We have to also put Rambam in context. The Christians he was affiliating with. So, yes, he is. At the end of the day,
Kalonimus Eliezer, I love you. He says Das Yachid, baby.
Is he Jewish?
Yes. Kalonimus Eliezer is not just Jewish. He's Jewish enough to speak Yiddish. He's the only one of us who speaks Yiddish, isn't he?
I think
Yeah, I don't think Yosef knows Yiddish. Chezi doesn't know Yiddish. I don't know.
my
Yiddish.
parents both speak Yiddish, but that was for us to not know what they were saying.
Which is the perfect. Yeah, I think you're the only one on the server that speaks Yiddish. Kalonimus. Abyssal. Yeah,
What does that mean?
a little.
I mean, Yiddish really is like a bastardized language of German, English, and Hebrew.
bit. You're such a Zionist.
I mean, what's your favorite Hasidic nigun?
My favorite Hasidic nigun. First of all, you gotta be to get the right kind of swell. You know, it requires to be like in the right mindset. A chant done by the wrong cantor, or if like the crowd's not with him, can end up sounding like a sheep moaning, right? So it's not it's not fantastic. I
forgot. Rabbi Yitzchak, our official rabbi, who we haven't seen for a long time, speaks Yiddish.
There you go, Jacob.
But we haven't seen him for a long time.
Can you explain? I mean, I'm going back to the Jordan Peterson conversation, and you and I have disagreed on this, I believe, Jacob. But just Peterson's like, why can't he just be comfortable in the place of the Bible's not a science book? That's it.
Because he's trying to deal with Christianity, and you can't be a Christian and not believe that Mary was a virgin. Like propositionally.
Right.
Like,
but
there are propositions that are necessary to believe to be Jewish or to be Christian or to be any religion. And the problem Christianity has is it has a lot of propositions which are obviously false.
Yeah, I mean, and this is why it's unfortunate that he hasn't had on a Chabad rabbi to speak about the Noahide stuff, but hopefully
when he does his biblical stuff, I would so love for him to have Rabbi Breitowitz around the table. Like,
but Haredi rabbis don't do that.
Rabbi Breitowitz would have gone.
They would. I know Rav Shirky would do a lot to speak to Jordan Peterson. He has a very big interest to speak to Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, but I saw the. Did you see the Manis Friedman Rav Shirky thing?
I didn't like it at all.
Me neither.
I thought the translator over there. What the hell are you doing? Are you like Rabbi Smith is just like each one of them would talk for 15 minutes and then he would say, "So Judaism, what do you think about what's happening over here?" So and like, I was not impressed. I was excited when I sent it, and then after I listened to both of them, I was like, I mean, I guess it's cute that they're talking, but like, there's no chiddush, and like, I also don't think each one of them got to experience the other one properly.
Honestly, I mean, I know you love Rav Shirky, but like, I have never been impressed by him, unfortunately.
That's just because of the Hebrew, because like, I can't tell you how impressed I am by him. Anyone I introduce him to, like Hebrew speakers, are immediately inspired and impressed by him. And like, I think between the both of them, like, I find Rav Shirky much more impressive.
Oh yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Manis Friedman at all. Like, I mean, Manis Friedman, as far as I'm concerned, like he's good at teaching girls' schools, you know.
I think there's some good stuff from him. From what I've seen from Manis, he's good
Kirk,
for beginners.
That's not what he's saying. Yeah, but exactly, Kirk. He's not saying that there's not many good things in him. It's just it's fairly. I don't want to say it's rudimentary because like a lot of his Torah and the things he says already weaved in them are the Rebbe's Torah, which is very deep Torah. But
He's an orator. He's a speaker. He's a darshan. He's not a lamdan.
no,
And frankly, that's mostly what I hear of Rav Shirky too.
he
But you
talking about
need
Shirky
orators
is
as well.
he does, but Rav Shirky is. I mean, like I'm trying to think the topics that he doesn't know or hasn't studied deeply. Like he's a powerhouse.
I am still waiting for you to give me something I can understand about his shita on Shabbat. Like you keep on telling me, just watch this video. Watch this
No, but
video.
it's
I've
not-
watched the video 3 times already.
So I've offered to watch it with you. Am I wrong to say that I sent you a different video about a different topic in Hebrew and you said you would have a hard time following with the Hebrew? I'll be
I
glad.
generally have a hard time following the Hebrew, but like I mean, if he's talking about a halachic thing, why would I have trouble? Like
I'll be
if
glad.
I'm following the Yunuka,
Mhm.
why can't I like here? I can try to pull up the video again and we can watch it together. But like
You can. And he's gonna say in there, which something that you might not agree with, by the way, which will be like, and according to this sheet that you can. And you'd be like,
I
"No, but
haven't even heard him say like I haven't even seen that. Like I don't know what you're talking about. You keep on telling me it's in the video. It's in the video. It's in the video.
it's in the video, Jacob."
Uh,
By the way,
except it's not.
in the third Noahide video of that other guy that I forgot his name. Someone posted a video of him, but he had like 1, 2, 3. But in the third one, he also talks about how they can keep the Shabbos.
Does he
doesn't get it.
explain his shita, or does he just
He does.
passingly say, "Oh, they can keep Shabbos"?
No, in that other video, he just talks about how they could just keep Shabbos. So
Okay, give me his
And-
reasoning.
in Rav Shirky's video, if I recall correctly, he points out that there's a about a reading of Rabbeinu Tam, and I think he says
What
that
reading of what Rabbeinu Tam?
another Rabbeinu Tam of the Chatam Sofer. Sorry. So I don't know. You have to watch the video. You have to look back where I sent you. Either it's at the end of part 1 or the beginning of part 2.
What? Iyunim behalachot b'nei Noach chelek aleph me'et
And chelek bet,
Rav
yeah.
Shirky?
Yeah, and I think if you look back at
You
our
sent
messages.
me Aleph and Bet. You didn't send me Gimel.
No, but I might write you in our notes like it's watch the first part. I don't know exactly where I located for you, unless I didn't, and if so, I'm sorry.
You didn't. I keep on asking you. Like, at least I want to understand what his shita is to be able to say, he's a kofir, which he probably is. But I like, where is he getting this from? Like this, I mean, it really bothers me. Like, he's. I mean, I have not seen him actually like. The only thing that gives me pause is Rabbi Yitzchak is like, oh, I love Rav Shirky. It's like, what? Where?
I don't know. What about all the Haskamot he have? Does that mean nothing? All those rabbis that read his book and said it's great, like, what are they saying? And they saw that he writes. Wait 1 second. They all see that he writes that in his book, and the sources from them on why you can keep Shabbos, right? So
okay,
the people that
first of all, I haven't seen the Haskamas of his book. I haven't seen his book.
Take a look. It's on the Noahide channel. You can see it there, I think.
On the Noahide channel, his book. Where is his book?
I mean, I think like I have a downloaded PDF version that like we dropped on the channel.
There's nothing pinned. There's no pinned message. What's the name of his book? Breach Shalom?
Breach Shalom, yeah.
You put a PDF of it on my thing?
I'm 99% sure. I mean, like we did it together. Was I only sharing it on my screen every time? Could be. have to see. I don't know, Kirk. I don't know if Kirk has it, but
No.
So I think-
We lost you, Hezzy.
I'm trying to get a red light.
Drive safely. There's a discounted link to buy it.
I mean, I thought the Talmud was pretty clear about Shabbat for Gentiles.
It's not just the Talmud. For thousands of years, we've been very, very clear. Even a Gentile, while he's converting, even after he has, there was the famous case of a Gentile who had his brit, but was waiting for the mikvah until his brit was healed, and he couldn't go into the mikvah before Shabbos, and he wanted to keep Shabbos, and the rabbi told him he has to break Shabbos, and like there was a huge storm about it. This is a famous and done deal. Like, there's no question, except, and I have no clue what.
I mean, to be fair, there might be reasoning given or specifications given in this resource. I just haven't.
Maybe, but like, I need to see it. Like,
I mean, I just think the fact that Rav Shirky's book is mostly commendable.
who said? Like, I know nothing about this guy. Breach Shalom. Practical daily. Like,
You're back, Hezzy.
Breach Shalom.
Well, I mean, how was your Shabbat, Hezzy?
My Shabbat?
Yeah.
My Shabbat was very lovely. Second to last Sabbath in Jerusalem. So just meals with some friends that we're saying bye to.
So where are you moving?
I am moving to the Ella Valley.
Where is that in Israel?
That is near Beit Shemesh. It's like around 35 minutes, 40 minutes from Jerusalem, where David fought Goliath, where David hides from King Saul. That area.
Is there any traditional Hebrew or Yiddish phrase for like wishing somebody a good move?
That what? To wishing someone a good move?
Yeah, in any Jewish language.
No, I mean in Hebrew you could just say Ma'avar Bari, which is like healthy move.
Mavar beret.
I appreciate that, Kurt. Thank you so much. So it was a lovely, lovely Sabbath. I had my brother over. Had good conversation with regards to Genesis. So I'm in a good mood. I'm a very big fan of the Genesis book.
Genesis is probably my favorite book of the Bible.
Yeah, well, it's because it's like a game changer and mind-boggling and beautiful
I mean,
and hopeful.
do you ever? Is it kosher to study continental philosophy on Shabbat?
According to me, it is.
Okay.
Anything that you're studying that is bringing you closer to Hashem.
Well, because I heard there's a dispute whether you can study secular stuff on Shabbat, but I mean, I guess
You can definitely not study secular things on Shabbat.
But
What does that
continental-
mean? What does that mean? Study secular things on Shabbat.
Divrei Chol. Divrei Chol are it is prohibited to even discuss, much less sit there and study Divrei Chol.
So frame it for a second. If I'm studying right now, Genesis, and as I'm discussing it, I'm also referencing philosophers. That is it's happening within the context of learning Torah.
Yeah.
So this is something that we spoke about, Kirk, if you remember in Ethics of the Fathers.
Yeah.
Right, when someone is walking down the street and he's memorizing, he's holech v'shoneh, he's learning these things were written down.
You're breaking up.
He wants to stop and make a blessing on a beautiful tree is also something that you're commanded to do. The text says that that's a violation. He should not stop to make a blessing. But we've given interpretation based on the same Rav Yaakov that is giving this teaching, who talks about making the worlds, realizing that this world is like a foyer and you're waiting to get into the main banquet hall. And these rooms are ultimately connected. And so if you stop to bless the tree because you're distracted by it, then you should not do so. If you manage to balance and realize how the tree itself and blessing it is all part of one larger story of your Torah learning, then it wouldn't be a issue. And that has to do, back to your question, if I'm sitting at the Sabbath table and someone starts talking about random subjects, secular subjects, that have nothing to do with or we're trying to, then there's no point having the discussion. And that would be just true also during the week, obviously specifically on Shabbat. But if you could frame it properly, then I think there's no problem with it.
I mean, what do you think would be a good continental philosophy guide to Genesis?
Man, Kirk, you are into this philosophy.
I mean, I guess you could say Heidegger's being in the world. How does that relate to creation? But
Yeah, reading Heidegger on Shabbos is forbidden. But you don't have to worry about it. You're not Jewish.
That's true. By the way, Jacob's also still gonna have to deal with the fact of, like, the claims, even according to the Maimonides, that a Noahide could keep basically take on any additional mitzvah that he wants.
Any additional if given Tanais, and it can't be one of the mitzvahs that he obviously can't.
Like I'm saying, like tefillin.
Or
Pesach.
studying Torah.
Nope.
but Shabbat is not like tefillin, Hezi.
Well, no, the
Shabbat
claim
is
would
an
be,
oath
Kirk.
of being Jewish.
The claim, Kirk, would be that it is like tefillin because it is specifically an oath. It's something that is tefillin is uniquely for the Jew. The Pesach sacrifice, the Afikomen, is specifically for the Jew.
Shabbat is
and saying that within the
specifically
context
for the Jew. Beini ubeinechem
and
ot hi leolam.
Jacob, there's verses that talk about how everyone ends up keeping Shabbat in the world.
Ends up.
So there's an ideal. So now you can get into a discussion. Should there be Noahide communities keeping Sabbath? That could be a different argument, because I'm open to hear about, like, how would that be done? That could be a mistake. Is someone serious? Should we allow I'm not coming and saying anyone that wants to, and I've mentioned this many times. And I believe also Rav Shirky doesn't say that they can't. He just talks about this being a different opinion.
Steve has a very good question. If religious Zionism succeeds, would the churches in Israel have to be destroyed?
It's a great question. It depends what kind of church off the bat, first of all. Definitely with idols, no bueno.
Are Catholic churches like that?
Yes.
Now, where there's no idols, there could be where there's no idols again, and then we're having a separate discussion, which is like, do we define? Ozzy, we're getting out of the car now. Okay, I'll get a tissue in the bathroom. Are we defining Christianity as idolatry or not? Assuming it's not, then they can keep their churches, and they should keep praying. Excuse me for a moment.
So this is part of my hope that eventually the various Christian churches will submit to rabbinic authority and become Gerei Toshav. And if they do that, then we will fix it, and there won't be any problems.
I don't want to get stuck in this shit.
Good luck.
Good luck is right. But we have faith in the Messiah. The actual Messiah, not the fake ones the Christians think is the Messiah.
I mean, what's your favorite Hasidic nigun, Jacob?
L'chatchila Riber.
Which dynasty is that?
Chabad, of course.
How do you spell it?
L'chatchila Riber.
Lachtab. I don't know.
L-A-Ch-Ech. Have you heard that one, Chezi?
What?
Oh, I loved Sama only because of Matisyahu. Matisyahu really made Sama L'Chanafshi like really good. Matisyahu's version is good. Chezi, have you heard what I'm thinking of? Chaim Mordechai Bracher? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
No. Colonimus, maybe you know Chaim Mordechai Bracher. So this is from the early days of the internet.
Andrew has your boat gone.
Here it is. It's 5 minutes long. Is it going to I am actually going to risk the very dangerous thing of there being a what you call it?
DMCA?
Copyright strike.
Copyright strike by playing this. But it's
Are you playing a nigun right now?
No, this is a phone call prank.
Welcome to the Detail Network.
Can I help you?
Hello?
Hello?
I can ask you for a number?
So for people who are very old, who are very young, there used to be this thing where you called the operator and got the phone numbers of people, and you would ask the operator, and the operator would be able to give you the phone number of someone.
You have the phone number already?
No, I want to ask you for the number for my friend.
All right, directory assistant will be able to help you. One moment.
Who is this?
What listing?
I'm looking for the number for my friend.
Sure, what would be the last name?
His name is Chaimot Gebrecher.
Do you want me to spell the last name?
Okay, you want to start? I should start.
Sure.
Oh, I should start. B-R-E-Ch-Ech-E-R. Brecher.
B-R-E, I'm sorry, what was the other letter?
Ech-Ech-E-R.
X-X-E-R?
No, Ech for Brecher. It's the same letter 2 times.
Oh, B-R-E-K-K-E-R?
No, Ech-Ech-E-R. B-R-E-Ech-Ech-E-R for Brecher.
Is it B-R-E-A-K-K-E-R?
B-R-E-H, that is Brecher, no?
I have a B-R-E-A-E-R, would that be possible?
B-R-E-A-K, Brecher? No, Brecher. Chamotche Brecher.
What would be the first name?
You don't know Chamotche?
I'm sorry?
Chamotche, you know?
I'm connecting to my supervisor, one moment.
The supervisor.
I love how patient they're being. It's only in America. In Israel, the
And
guy would come
Canada.
to your house and beat you up already.
Oh, and Canada. They're also
Supervisor
more
Morris,
patient in
thanks for waiting.
Canada.
How may I help you?
This is Morris.
This is Mark.
Mark.
Yes.
Oi, Zabrok. Because I thought that they was gonna connect me to Hamad Gebrecher.
No, sir. This is the supervisor. Can I help you?
Supervisor.
Yes.
This means you're the best supervisor?
Yes.
No, because you understand my joke? Supervisor. So maybe you have a cape with a V next to supervisor.
That could be it. How can I help you, sir?
Oh, I was looking for the number for my friend Hamad Gebrecher.
How are you spelling his last name anyway?
Brecher, B-R-E-G-G-E-R.
That's B-R-E.
B-R-E, Bre.
Yeah.
G-G-E-R.
S as in Sam?
No, as in Brecher.
C-K-E-R? Or
Brecher, no, Brecher.
okay, B-R-E. What's the next letter? X like what? Xylophone?
No. You know Solomon noch?
I can't understand what you're saying. You said B-R-E. What's the next letter though?
B-R-E-G-G-E-R. R.
Okay, I don't after the E. I don't understand the letter after the E.
Okay, maybe I should give for you a sentence, a different
What's
sentence.
the word? What's the word that it begins with? I
Oh,
can't.
so maybe if I give you a sentence with this sound also, maybe you know what I... Right?
Okay, I need to know how you're spelling the word though. I apologize.
No, this is very...
Yeah.
This is very...
It's B-R-E. What's the word that begins with a letter?
Okay, so I make for you a sentence with the same sound.
No. Just what's a letter that begins with the word after the E?
Chamatche starts with the same letter.
What's that?
Chamatche and Brecher also the same letter.
H?
What?
Are you saying H?
No, Chamatche is like this. Chamatche Brecher went to the store. Is a sentence with that sound.
But I can't understand the letter. I really cannot understand it.
Oh,
I said K. I said H. And then C. And you said.
I'll tell you what we can do. I go through the alphabet, and when I come to this letter, I stop.
Okay, go ahead.
I have to think. A, B, C, D, E, F. No, F now, right?
F,
G, H,
I, J, K, L,
M, N, O.
P.
Ich verstehe nicht. LMNO is one letter.
No, L-M-N-O-P.
Ich hab gemeint, since I'm young, LMNO is a letter. LMNO.
Sir, I really need to get this letter though from you. Okay, I have other customers on the line also.
We go weiter. L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, 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 T, U, V, W, X,
yes,
X,
right,
Y,
right.
and Z, and X.
What's the letter, sir?
X.
X.
No. X was a W, X, Y, Z, and X. The last letter.
Okay, B-R-E. What is the next letter, sir?
Oei, ze brug I-R. Supervisor, you know.
Okay, sir, if you can give me the next letter, I can help you. If not, I'm gonna have to disconnect from the phone.
Disconnect
Yes,
his phone?
Yes,
He didn't pay the telephone bill?
I need you to give me the letter, sir.
I'm giving you the number, the letter. The letter?
What is the letter, sir? B-R-E. What's the next letter?
It's so hard for me.
X? Is it X?
Oei.
I need to know.
Oei, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do?
Okay, sir. I'm gonna have to disconnect, okay?
His
I'm
phone,
sorry.
he didn't pay his bill.
Thank you.
What the hell is this?
So this was uploaded in 2011 to YouTube, but I remember this from like 20 years ago. and Colonimus Eliezer says, of course I've heard of it. Yeah, I didn't remember it going on this long. I didn't remember it being 5 minutes long either.
So wait, how did we? Oh, because I was asking you what your favorite.
You were asking me how to spell Lechatchila Riber. Like L Ech.
Is that a real Nagoon?
Lechatchila Riber, yeah.
But seriously, how do you spell it in English?
L apostrophe CH That should get you L'chatchila. And then Riber, Ariber.
What got me is his tune in the end over there.
That's not kosher humor, is it?
Oh man, I
Hezi,
didn't laugh in a
will you do
while.
me a
That was
favor?
good.
In Israel, can you imagine if somebody called and tried to pull that? Colonimus spelled it for you. L'chatchila Riber.
Hezi,
Yes, sir.
next Shabbat, here's what I want you to do. So you're saying you do believe you can study continental philosophy. So bring a copy of Being in Time to Havrita and explore Adam and Eve's Dasein for me.
And explore what?
Adam and Eve's Dasein for me.
Explore Adam and Eve's
Dasein.
Yeah, you gotta spell that, man.
Dasein.
There's no in
No,
there.
Andrew, did you think that was as funny as Chazi and I did?
It's pretty good.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Chaim Mordechai Bracher.
I have to bid you adieu.
Yeah.
See you
Have a
guys
good
later.
one.
See you guys later.
Safe travels.
Have a fantastic week.
I think we gotta get going soon anyway. Well,
Mm.
it was nice talking to you, Jacob.
It was nice talking
I'll
to
try
you.
and be more participating in TLC. I just I don't always get the time, but it's nice.
Hey, it's good if you don't have the time. That's better than participating in TLC.
Yeah, I know, but I like to hang out with my internet friends sometimes. I mean, yeah, I mean, I just wish you the best. You are having a healthy work-life balance and all that? Because I just feel like people who do work and study and social life can get exhausting.
Life is hard.
I know, life is hard.
Life is hard.
Is Andrew? Are you still in school?
Nope.
So you do computer science?
Nope.
What do you do?
A variety of things.
Andrew is a personal trainer.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he worked in IT.
Nope.
Okay, no, I must have been confusing him with someone else.
There's a lot of Chinese guys that look like me.
Dawn, are you leaving us too? It's only 11. Cassandra's leaving us. Everybody's leaving us. It's been 4 hours. I should probably stop.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I gotta head out. I mean, Jacob, you don't maybe I shouldn't have assumed, but just for somebody who likes Peterson so much, I would imagine you'd be a continental philosophy bro.
I have no idea what continental philosophy is.
Heidegger, Nietzsche, Foucault, Kierkegaard, those types of people. Are any of those names cool people?
From what I've heard, Kierkegaard seems okay. Not a huge fan of Foucault. Nietzsche, I hear had some ideas, but like,
And not a big fan of Heidegger.
He was a Nazi.
Yeah, I mean, bad people have contributed to philosophy.
No. I mean, not if it's really philosophy. Like, how good can your philosophy be if you're a Nazi?
I mean, I agree, but there's also a principle about separating art from artists. But I mean, I'm not even the biggest fan of Heidegger's philosophy.
Yeah, but we're talking about philosophy.
Exactly, but I'm saying he could have, in his personal life, had bad political takes, which he misused his philosophy for. But
No, philosophy is supposed to be the basis of the rest of your life. Like, it is the fundamental of, like, why would you bother with the philosophy of someone who, yeah, as Colonimus Eliezer says, do we take any philosophers that were horrible people in their personal life and had no children seriously? Should we? No. Like, Rousseau was an idiot. Marx was an idiot. Why should we bother with idiots?
I mean, I agree, but like you also have to understand, like you can read Being in Time and not know who wrote it if you didn't know his personal life. I mean,
Okay.
you can say, well, there are some interpretations he had about how you relate to other people, which had racist connotations, but like, do you not think that even if somebody said, "This is my philosophical statement," and in my personal life, I'm whatever, an abusive, whatever horrible thing. At
That's
the
like
end,
saying, okay, that's like saying, hey, would you use the medicine of someone? Would you use a medicine that the person who drank it died? It's like, no, he died. Therefore, the medicine was poison.
fair enough.
I mean, I'm sure Colonimus Eliezer has heard this a million times, but in yeshivas, they tell a joke about a university professor who, like an ethics professor, they usually call him, who was caught doing disgusting things. And since it's a joke told in yeshiva, they don't say which disgusting things, they just say disgusting things. And they asked him, how could you do such a thing? And he said, if I taught mathematics, would you expect me to be a triangle? And that's something that works in a university. It doesn't work. He was a maneuver, yeah. If you in yeshiva, like, why would I bother? Like, yeah, I expect you to be a triangle. If you're teaching me how to be a good person, I expect you to be a triangle.
Dun dun dun.
And I mean, yeah.
Okay, good night, Kirk.
Good night.
No. What's poppin', Jacob?
I'm having popcorn.
Dun dun dun. Corn is popping.
Yeah, Max and Jack went out for a beer.
I heard.
I didn't go. I should have gone.
Yep. Then I've been trying to talk to this priest, but he is so busy.
Have you been going to hymn service?
I've been going to Vespers and some
Why
of
aren't you going to
Vesper.
hymn service?
Well, I was in Irvine for today.
Excuses. If philosophy is the science of human beings, then you would think that those who philosophize would be good human beings. And Colonimus Eliezer wants to know. So, Andrew, what do you do?
Tax evasion?
Vespers is kind of like Mincha, but it's like Mincha Erev Shabbos for Christians. It's like Kabbalah Shabbos, kind of.
Let's go. Traffic violations too.
What'd you say?
Traffic violations.
What about them?
I almost crashed into a black Tesla today. No, yesterday.
Why did you break?
I'm telling you, I was going down. I was like doing 60. No, not 60. More like 80. on the highway. This black Tesla ahead of me, right? They're doing maybe 65, right? And I'm like, okay, they got like 30 feet of clear space in front of them, like, you know, they're chilling, right? They're chilling. I'm gonna save on gas. I'm not gonna hit the brakes, like I'm gonna let the car naturally come to a rolling stop, like a professional driver that I am. And they just slammed the brakes in front of them. No reason at all. Like for some reason they wanted 30 feet of empty space in front of them between the next car, right? Naturally, I have to slam my brakes, right? Because like they're stopping, I gotta stop too, right? Like my car is not a Tesla. So I come to a screeching halt. I'm telling you, it was screeching, right? The car behind me, it's not a Tesla either. It's like a Honda Accord or something. I don't know. I only know because like I looked out of my rear window after my car stopped to make sure that the guy behind me didn't hit me, And then naturally, when I come to a stop, I'm like glaring daggers at the Tesla in front of me. And then he's like, oh shoot, that's the sound of screeching tires behind me. I better move forward. So great. Naturally, after I stopped, he starts moving. I'm like, oh, I just wasted so much gas here, and now this guy, he's going. You're killing me. You're killing me. You're actually killing me on the highway.
You lived.
I lived.
And you didn't get into an accident.
And I didn't get into an accident.
Uh-huh.
Except for a heart attack. These people, I'm telling you, like, cautious drivers are actually more dangerous than regular drivers.
Yeah, because
regular
they're
driver, you
on
know
their
exactly
phone
what they're going to do. They're going to stay inside their lane. They're going to stop when the car in front of them stops. Cautious drivers, they could do anything. They could do anything. They could say, oh, this lane is too unsafe, and then just randomly decide to change lanes. They could stop when there's like 30 feet of empty space in front of them. They could do anything. Right?
And
this is why. If you don't know, this is why actually sober drivers make up 75% of car crashes. Did you know this? Sober drivers make up 75% of car crashes. Drunk driving actually makes you calm, it makes you confident, and it's the drunk crashers that give everyone else a bad name.
False. Trey's thinking of buying a Tesla.
I wish you all the luck in the world, and that your charging times are less than 2 hours.
I have no idea why Shadow is so taken with my popcorn, but she is.
It's either the smell or the heat.
I mean, it's not like it's the first time I've ever had popcorn. It's the first time she's decided she has to observe very closely. Good thing you can't have an allergic reaction.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I got a forklift certification.
A liar.
Not lying.
You actually got a forklift certification?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because it makes more money, and there's a couple of job offers near me.
Okay, so do it.
Yep. Let's go.
It's what I've been telling you for like over a year. Just get the highest paying job you can.
Uh-huh. Going nuts.
How do you get a forklift certification?
You just search up forklift certification and take a $50 course.
Okay.
Yeah. So like, don't impale anyone. There's the inching pedal, the drive, and the brake. And
I thought the big deal about forklift certification was like knowing how to like balance the weights and like not kill people.
oh no. No, they don't teach that at all.
Rabbi Blumenthal is I think he's Litvish. I think he's at Ner Yisrael or something. And he says when he was young, he got very interested in Vikuach HaRamban. And he always studied all of the things that the various Mefarshim said about Jesus and Christianity. And so he always knew, like he always found that stuff interesting. And then so people who were involved with Kiruv asked him about the Christian stuff. And so he got involved in counter missionary stuff. And he ended up writing a refutation to Dr. Michael Brown's whole book, Answering Judaism. And so Michael Brown tried to write a refutation to him, and they've gotten involved in, and they had a kind of sort of not really debate where they made videos countering each other, which I watched. They were interesting. And then they had this talk, which dropped like 2 months ago. And it's an interesting talk. I mean, if people are interested, I actually considered like going through it. Oh, he's from Ner Yisrael? I'm not sure if he was at Lakewood or Ner Yisrael. He might have been at Lakewood. One of the big yeshivas.
Is Michael Brown a good faith actor?
He's good faith. I mean, the fact is he was a Jew who was very into a lot of drugs, and he encountered Jesus, which helped him kick the drugs.
Mm-hmm.
And he's become a Protestant missionary that's debated against Jews for years. It's been like 30 years or so.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of Protestants always bring him up to me.
Mm-hmm. Man.
You want me to go over the video? I actually do want to go over the video. But if I'm going to do that, I should start a new stream because I want to send it to Rabbi Blumenthal. Should I start a new stream?
It's up to you. I'm gonna eat some ice cream.
Okay. I'm going to end this stream, and I'm going to start another stream and respond to the video. Chas v'shalom. No, he's not a Meshumad. Brown is kind of a Meshumad, more of a Tenuk Shenishba. Okay, I am ending the stream.